Welcome, everybody. How you guys all doing? Namaste. Cosmic Indie Sage. Brothers, hope you guys are smiling, driving, thriving. And welcome to everybody in the chat. We got the Star, we got Howard, and we got Kobe 2.0. Hope you guys are on fire. I think it's going to be a sweet little chit-chat today. We got the crew in here. It's an interesting date today, right? I don't know if you guys noticed, but I first put it on as the 5th. I was like, duh. Why did I think it was the 5th on Saturday? It's a problem with doing the show, like coming up with an idea lastminute.com and putting it up like late on like a Thursday night or whatever, like really late. And yesterday I was like looking at it, I was like, the 5th. I was like, something's wrong with that picture. I quickly had to run in and change everything, like change the, I had to delete the LinkedIn post and redo the little thumbnail and all of that. So anyway, here we are on the 4th. I'm glad you guys found us. And without any further ado, let's get into the crew. Hope my audio is all right. Loud enough, clear enough. Yeah? How's it sound on your end, Indy? Cosmic?
It's loud enough.
Yeah, it's definitely loud enough.
Loud. Okay, and it's clear enough as well, yeah? It's not like all distorted or rummage ready.
It's pretty sharp. It could be like soften it a little bit, I think, but
yeah, just a very small adjustment.
So let's see. Maybe that's a little bit better like that. Turn it down just a little. So we're going to be having a really great chat today. Before we start, let's cycle through our men on the board. We've got Indy Sage. Indy is a shadow worker and deeply embedded within anthropology and also occult philosophy and Taoist studies, hermetics, and various different elements of our ancient past as it sort of relates to the spiritual domain. We've also got dear Cosmic here. Cosmic is a bit of a modern day John Dee. And he works with the Fae. He has been working with them for several years and been channeling a language and a system very much like John Dee did without a crystal ball. Very important part of that program. He doesn't use a crystal ball. But I think we've got like a really lovely triangle here to get this ball kicked on. Cosmic's also got a lot of background in Western occultism. So I think, and he's probably been in more chat groups than I have. So he's probably going to have a lot to say about what's going on in, the social world of the occult. I'm almost a recluse, but I'm not. But I'm new to these chat groups, well, last few years. So without any further ado, brothers, do tell us a little bit about yourselves so we can get the ball kicked onto the field. And it's an honor to be here with you guys.
Hey, so glad to be here. Thank you for the great introduction, Franklin, and hello to everybody in the chats and all the viewers out there. This is going to be a great discussion on some woke occultism today. It'll be interesting for me because I've been versed in studying deep occultism and mysticism for decades, and this woke occultism has kind of been blossoming to new levels and stages in most recent times. So we can talk about how it's changed and unfolded and where it's come from and where it's going. It should be a fun talk. I'm passing the mic down to Cosmic.
Thank you, Andy. Yeah, this, I think, with my system, like what I've kind of realized, it's super interesting, over time, that's not just a system that's useful for understanding occult ideas, but it's also like understanding psychology, just this whole idea of this kind of, bubble epistemology I'm working on. But yeah, I think when it comes to learning about woke occultism, I feel like I've been in pretty much like around every type of occultist conceivable on Telegram and Reddit and so forth, from the left-hand path magicians to right-hand path magicians. So like, I feel like in terms of the culture, I have a pretty good, like, finger on the pulse, if you will. So I'll have a lot to say today about this particular topic.
So it is an exciting topic, I think. And I think it's something that needs to be looked at. It seems like there's a lot of evolution happening at this time. We're at a time of unprecedented change politically, economically. Yeah, look at what's going on. They've launched those new coins, haven't they? It's going to sort of reshape the world, and first world Western debt's going to be written off, and the rest of the world's going to pick up the small change, it seems. So we're also at a point of social change, right? The wokeness, where you have an unprecedented amount of social control, more so than ever, with the people in Europe and England being arrested for speaking the wrong things. I believe people have been getting into trouble for liking posts, been getting haunted by, security service. So now we've got these new IDs being launched in many countries. Australia is very, very upset about it. Namaste. We got Dominator X, and we've got Neil Warren. I hope you guys are well and thriving. So I suppose there's all this social change happening, and the history is literally being rewritten before our eyes. Some of it seems positive, some of it seems questionable. Even within our own ranks, we've got people rewriting the history in ways that one has to sort of raise an eyelid and question what's going on. So it stands to reason that the occult world is under proverbial attack. And I think that the very term occult has been changed. I remember when I first embarked upon this journey, what is it, like 4 decades ago? No, it's just under 4 decades, a bit less than 4 decades ago. The occult meant one thing. And then the internet was launched. And a little while later, the term occult started to carry slightly different meaning. And these days, occult seems to be focused more upon conspiracy theory more than anything else, where it used to be really just about, a worldview and a practice. Now it's sort of branching out. I mean, maybe it's probably a good place to start. What do you guys think about the definition of occult? Like, have you guys observed it?
The issue is, and I think this is actually something that's pretty much gone on since probably like the 19th century. I think it's that you have to think about from a political standpoint. I think the reason that, occultism is so woke these days, because I think occultism has been infected with politics. Because if you think about it, before the Industrial Revolution, when it came to religious beliefs, people, they really believed in God much more so than then. So, God was essentially the authority in all things. But with Nietzsche and the proverbial death of God, well, at least how people perceived it to be, people stopped believing in the 19th century and became a lot more skeptical. Politics, I'm thinking like Nazi occultists and people who do Marxists and leftist political strategists were employing a lot of occult and mystical ideas into their political strategy, right? Because now that they don't have a sort of a singular God to worship, then the new God essentially becomes the state, like Hegel would always talk about. So, and I think what we're seeing now with woke occultism is sort of a backwater offshoot of that, sort of metastasizing itself into the future. Because I definitely encountered this woke occultism, and how I know for sure it's woke is because the people in the chat would get mad at me if I said the gender, like they said, like Athena is a goddess or Zeus is a god, they literally believe that the gods don't have genders. That because they're non-physical beings, that all non-physical beings must have transcended male and female. So if you think that your god or your deity is male or female, then you're sexist, you're transphobic. And so I think in a lot of ways, if we really want to understand like why occultism isn't what it used to be, is because I think in terms of like the human, world, I think there's much more of a focus on political parties, left and right, and not so much focus on actual religion, actual spirituality, and actual mysticism. That I think, and personally, I think occultism is so much more interesting when it's not political, when it's just, the pure mystery of existence. Like, I kind of really don't like how it really becomes like this left, right, liberal, conservative divide. I think it kind of makes, and honestly, it makes magic and occultism a lot less interesting. That's my take.
Yeah, and I know people have heard a lot of like popular definitions of occult, but I like to look into the word a little bit deeper than you people usually do. And so we have ocular, relating to the eye, but only has one C. Then there's occipital, which is like the occipital lobe is in like the back of the head. So those are like two very different opposite things, but they're very related. And when we see things with our eyes inside of our brain, according to anatomy of modern science, they say that the image flips upside down and then switches around to the other side inside of our head and then gets processed in the occipital lobe on the other side. But looking at the words themselves, like the back of the head being occipital and ocular relating to vision, the back of the head is one thing you never see with your vision. And so if we look at the use of the word occult in other references, they say there's an example saying a wooden screen designed to occult the competitors. Is an example of how the word occult can be used to cut off from view by interposting something. So what they're saying is that it's a way of hiding something away or cutting it off from view. And though that definition does not necessarily seem to come from those two potentially root words, so there might be a different root to it. I don't know, but the word cult is in there. I don't know if that's meant to be as itself or not, but it is there. And so that's very much part of the definition of the occult, whether it's an old definition or new, it's a cult. And there were older cults which were more kind of unified. There was not that much diversification amongst the cults as far as we know in the popular collective, but I'm sure there was a lot more than we do know. Now there's seems to be like kind of branching off of the cult of the old school into these new school cults, and they're kind of branching into all different things too. So it's kind of doubly bifurcating now, and we see things kind of branching away from the original occult that probably started with the secret teachings of Amun, the secret cult of Amun Ra, which began the end of the matriarchal reign of humanity and the beginning of the patriarchal, misogynistic kind of regime that we have still running things today. So that kind of began with the monetization of gold, and with the high priestesses of the temples became the prostitutes of the temples. And so they were kind of villainized and demonized, and their high status was taken away, and they were kind of turned into victims of a society in which they became caged in the home. And so that's kind of been going on almost probably for 10 or 20,000 years since the beginning of agriculture, because it's thought that when women were trying to help create agriculture with the men in the fields, that they had a high prevalence of miscarriage working around domesticated animals and their feces. So they decided to have women not help in the fields, and the men became kind of more centered on doing things outside of the home, working in the fields and then going to trade and commerce and then working in religious centers and stuff, the women weren't allowed to go. So, there's a possessiveness about that where the men don't want their women to be seen by other men or be in a place where they become vulnerable. So they're trying to protect them in some ways, but there's some ways where the women are feeling overprotected, where they want to be able to get out into society. So, but that whole shift kind of happened. And, in a lot of ways we see that we don't really see high priestess women doing like lectures in sacred centers and temples in very many circles of religion, but we usually see a man, and oftentimes it's a male god, solitary male god. So that's something that was not always really natural or there. That's very unbalanced, and it has been centered in the occult background of what's been brought into us as organized religion as the face of it all.
Yeah, completely. Both you guys are putting a good bit of rubber on the road, as it were. And who was it that was saying before? So Howard was saying classical definition of occultism means it's a craft in hidden things, which is really what Cosmic's talking about. The sacred, secret mysteries of life and the beyond, and understanding our place in this world, what this world is, how the world's put together, and how we can influence things within this world to move towards a state of greater harmony and produce positivity. And I think it's interesting. Like the term occult, our tuition is mentioning, hidden or cut off from viewing, hidden from viewing, that this is a part of what occult means. But I don't think it just means hidden. I think it goes deeper than just hidden. I think hidden is a part of it. I think like what you're saying, Indy, where you're talking about the auxiliary lobes is quite on point, because it relates to our perception of reality. Like, what do we think reality is? And I think like in the old times, the occult was this real in-depth study of the nature of reality and how to influence it. And like you were saying, Cosmic, it's becoming politicized. And I wonder, it's interesting. The occult had to go into hiding because of the church, right? Because of laws and the church and the kings and the queens being aligned with the churches the way they were, the occult groups had to go into hiding. And so we find these cults that have arisen. And I think the reason cults have become what they are is because it's probably started in those ancient times when it wasn't really allowed necessarily. Magic was frowned upon in the Western world, and it was a ticket to like the bottom of a lake or a nice warm spot on top of a bonfire, really. So, there's a lot of interesting concepts when we look at this occult term, and it is quite loaded. And, like Cosmic says, I think it's become very politicized. I think what is unseen is probably a better term than what is secret. But what is seen and what is unseen, because we've got another term called esoteric. Now, esoteric used to be very much to do with what isn't obvious. So that relates to like what's unseen. Esoteric was a term that was demonized. They started demonizing the esoteric term early on. By the way, I noticed this, right? I noticed in about 2007 that the term esoteric was being demonized. And that's very strange, because esoteric studies was a thing that I'd known in the 90s. And so the term esoteric was slowly being put on the wayside. And it wasn't just put on the wayside by you and me and us through popularity. it was being put on the wayside by YouTube algorithms, by Facebook. Like if you put esoteric into a search term in 2007, not much would come up. If you put occult into a search term, much more would come up. And I remember when I was, marketing my services back in like a couple of decades ago, I remember thinking like I wanted to put esoteric onto a search term, like one of the hashtags. And I was like, why is it that there's nothing under esoteric? Back then there wasn't much. And I was like, that's interesting. And then I noticed like 2010, 2012, 2015, the term occult seemed to have been reappropriated, and somebody mentioned it that it had been used as an umbrella term. I think it was Howard, or was it Our Tuition? Well, one of you guys. And they sort of swallowed up the term esoteric and esotericism into the occult, which, I mean, in a sense, it's related to the occult, but it wasn't specifically, like, to me, occult was like the earlier definitions of magic was the ability to alter consciousness at will. Yeah, this is how I learned to understand it from, decades ago. And the altering of consciousness is the altering of perception. So I think like occult has got to do with hidden perception. Yeah, perception that's not obvious and perception that is, and where these two meet. And the auxiliary lobes has got a lot to do with this, because this is where we experience color and shape. I think it has also a lot to do with the pictures that we form in our dreams. So you've got the parietal lobes that work in close conjunction with this part of the brain. And in order to create this dream of reality. So when I considered the idea occult, I always thought of it as we're living in a dream, and this dream is created out of the senses, and the senses define the images that we see, and these images that we see are projections of our consciousness, which is really an occult process, a process where the unseen is becoming seen. But now, like you say, Cosmic, it's changed, and it's very interesting because, like, esoteric used to be, the study of the Illuminati. It had very little to do with the occult. It just happened to be that occultists used those symbolisms when working with the occult. But esotericism was the study of what kind of occult symbolism was used in occult and how that was hidden from the rest of people. So you can see where that esoteric term fell by the roadside. And I think it was an algorithm construction. And I think that when they started to bring in the edge ranking algorithms, I remember the edge ranking algorithms started to take over in Facebook. Was it about 2010? Do you guys remember?
I don't think so.
Because I remember working with them and learning to manipulate them and playing with them and like getting some posts to go viral, And I mean, I got some fairly viral posts on my Facebook. I was using Facebook years ago for disseminating information. And then it was all esoteric stuff. Yeah, before that, in the earlier thousands. Like when Facebook was early, that was really what I used Facebook for. So it's just really interesting. I mean, the esoteric, what are your thoughts of that term? I mean, since we're dwelling on the terms.
So exoteric is the opposite of esoteric, right? Doesn't esoteric essentially mean like a type of knowledge that's not really, it's kind of similar to occult in that it's not really a knowledge that's explicit. It's kind of a read between the lines kind of thing, right? And I guess you could say that's similar to the occult. Because here's the thing, what I think that how occult, because I think if you want to talk about, occultism, really, it's not really like one thing, because it really it's splintered off into two main categories. There's chaos magic and new age. and they're very different aesthetically. One is very bright and colorful. One's kind of a little bit more dark and mischievous. But ultimately, the thing is, like, I think the reason occultism is so weird and so different these days is because, in a sense, we're trying to go back to it. Like, I think what's happened culturally speaking is that I think a lot of people are sick of materialism. And I think a lot of people, they want to go back to the occult mysticism. They want to go back to the spiritualism, but the paths to that past have been kind of erased and blocked off. So we don't really know how to go back to the way of things. So what I notice is that a lot of people, when they do the occult, it's kind of it's like from the way they see it, it's like they're using what they perceive to be irrational to their advantage to get kind of a more creative, unconventional insight, but ultimately one that's still kind of, rooted in, a sort of materialistic framework. So when it comes to the term esoteric, I think I think a lot of these people, they take these words and these terms and they use them interchangeably because they don't really see the actual significance behind them. They think, oh, this is just some, made up stuff from the past, but I can use it to kind of create a more aesthetically fun, psychological paradigm that I use to fix myself, and all this stuff about, oh, it's all just metaphors. So, the words to them don't hold as much significance and meaning, because to them it's just like, they just look at it as psychological tools. They don't really see a genuine magical reality existing behind this phenomenon. Some of them do. I'm not, putting words in people's mouths, but I think there is a lot of confusion just in the sense that, it's like this past in humanity, we've had this kind of, 150 years sort of amnesia block, like from the Industrial Revolution to probably somewhere around maybe the 1990s, where, I think materialism kind of took forth. But I think in a lot of sense with this woke occultism, it clearly shows that, even though as society, people, they want to progress something to more secular, atheistic, and materialistic, I think a lot of people, even though they don't express it themselves, still have a hunger for something spiritual and occult and mystical. But unfortunately, because of our cultural milieu, our understanding of that occult has been severely compromised. So that's the way I look at
it. I think you're quite on the proverbial money there. I think there's a lot of this, and I also believe a lot of the confusion and obfuscation that we're experiencing, which has sort of hidden a lot of this. Like somebody mentioned that the word occultus is from Latin, and I always have an issue with Latin. When I found out that Latin had been created by the Greeks as an obfuscational tool to control people, I was very suspicious of Latin, right? And basically Latin reads and writes and speaks the same as ancient Greek does, which is what the ancient Greeks created, but it has different meanings. There's something quite interesting in that. How a language can derive from another language and speak and write and look the same very often or very much, but have very different meaning. I think this was one of the first obfuscations that we can notice and get receipts for, as it's fairly obvious what they were doing. When we go back further in time, we're going back to the word kel. Okay, so let's get on this. Let's get on this. So when we look at etymology, and we're going back now, there's going to be this talk about Proto-Indo-European being a language. And I always like to steer very clear of that idea, right? I don't recognize Proto-Indo-European as being a language because they haven't been able to build a language called Proto-Indo-European. There's no such thing. However, there are a lot of words that they suggest come from Proto-Indo-European, and I believe that is the proverbial graveyard from whence our languages have been built, sort of like that was the workshop and the parts were removed from the workshop in order to construct these things. And that workshop had parts that had been stripped from a different machine that were being recycled. So I think the term Indo-European language is really a term about the recycling of root language and removing parts that became other languages that we can see very clearly. We see it in Sanskrit, we see it in Proto-Iranian, we see it in ancient Greek, Egyptian, Chem language. Obviously, there's the Phoenician and the Paleo-Hebrew and all the Semite languages that grew from this. So I think when we look at all these different language groups, we see this Proto-Indo-European footsteps or footprints. So just a footnote. So that's my idea of Proto-Indo-European. But what the anthropologists believe or consider, they look at the word ob, right, as in obfuscate. And ob seems to relate to the word over. Yeah. Over meaning to be over something, right? Then there's the word kel, which became occult, right? And the T putting on the end of that is Saturn. We'll look at that afterwards. Now, Saturn has different meanings. A kel has different meanings. Kel can mean to conceal, but it can also mean to save. Now, this is an idea of the word occult that we don't often hear. Now, if we think about the old occult, what was the purpose of the occult? Well, the purpose of the occult was to become, for lack of better words, saved. And I use that in the way that Christians use that word in the church. To be saved. Saved from ignorance. To have the eternal elixir, right, of the alchemists, in order to become once again eternal, longevity. And so a lot of the ancient occult practices, go to ancient India, right? The ancient occult practices were focused around prolonging the life. This is something that we don't get in modern times. And I find that quite interesting, because it's literally, if you've actually studied and practiced the occult, a lot of the occult, so in Western occultism, we're dealing with the middle path. The middle path is a path of balance, the path of not extreme one way or another. And this puts less stress on the psyche, less stress on the body, less stress on the organs, and it puts one into a more harmonious state of mind, which in effect lengthens your life. So I think there's a very powerful connection with occult practice and lengthening of the life. And it's like very obvious when we go back into the ancient stories, right? The stories of the Amarit, the story of Ambrosia, right? And the chalice, the Holy Grail, right? If you drink from this, you get eternal life. And even our modern religions seem to point back to this eternal state of being where one no longer needs to pass from being alive. I think that longevity and that eternal life. Namaste, Greta Henderson. How are you doing? I hope you're well. I hope you're all thriving. Vincent Miller, big love, big blessings. I hope you guys are all having a thriving, jiving day. So yeah, what are your thoughts on this as an idea when we start to go into this other proposed meaning from the Indo-European graveyard of words? What do you guys think?
It's a tough one. I liked where you pointed out the idea of the prefix "o" before things, and but I don't really know if there's any ties to other linguistic etymology that's been found or pointed out. Although we could probably look into it and find something. You have any leads on that?
Yeah, I mean, it would be a, it would be a extreme coincidence right? That Vedic occult practices is about achieving eternal life, right? Buddhist occult practices is about freeing yourself from the cycle of birth and death, eternal life. And the Amrit mysteries, which are some of the oldest occult mysteries, are all about lengthening your life. What was the story of the Philosopher's Stone and the white gold and the Oramus, right?
Yeah.
In this age, wasn't that supposed to lengthen your life? Wasn't that what the ancient Egyptian pharaohs were all about?
Yeah.
Living
Could
for long?
immortality.
Didn't the ancient people in the Bible? Sorry?
They said it could enable immortality. It's thought that Osiris and Isis lived for 1,000 years before Osiris was executed. And power was
So that
handed
is
down.
sort of to be saved.
Yeah.
And the Christians are being saved in the same way. So it's interesting that the practice of the occult is designed to give you immortality. That is the goal of the occult. That spiritual union produces an immortality, which saves you. It saves your soul, saves your every aspect of your being. So it seems like there must be some connection with that Proto-Indo-European term. In fact, they make a connection with Latin occultus coming from those terms, by the way. So they what do they say? What do they say? Occultus, if you Google it, let's see what they say when you come up with that Google.
There's associations with the little pyramids that people are handing to the pharaohs with the Ormus. And if those are accurate, though, those go back to early dynasties of Kemet or El Kimu, where the Comitian society had Ormus to provide better health and better resonance with the astral and etheric fields. And some of the stories of Thoth and later Hermes articulated that he was able to transcend realms and find portals to be able to go into a higher place. In the Ormus, with studies that we have, Ormus has been found to make things levitate and then disappear at higher heats. And then when you lower the heat, it reappears and rematerializes and it gets heavier as it gets colder. So potentially having gold in our system, gold and Ormus, monoatomic gold in our system, could allow us to escape to another realm or dimension and then rematerialize here potentially. And that's kind of what was articulated in some of the works of Thoth and Hermes.
Yeah, that is interesting. And I think that the reason why the word secret is attached to that was, and here we're getting to the nitty gritty, to the crunch, to the punch that held us in a bunch, that took us and got us all a little drunk from drinking too much punch. You know, the Kool-Aid was that this eternal life elixir, this Ormus, this Ambrosio, this, you know, whichever culture you look at it from, whichever perspective, it was hidden from humanity. And a small sect of priests, priestesses, kept this knowledge to themselves. I think that's where the secret term got embedded. I think originally, you know, this occult, or what we are calling a cult, related to the prolonging of the life and these sacred mysteries of longevity. And these sacred mysteries of longevity were hidden from humanity. And that's when these cults started, these secret cults, whereby, you know, there were groups that started to use this knowledge to control. Like, look at it like this, right? Imagine a small group of people within certain family bloodlines. Okay, this is going to sound familiar. Had the ability to extend their lives by like very, very long, and to rejuvenate themselves. Would they be able to manipulate world events because of the extreme knowledge and wisdom that they would accumulate. And with that, then, namaste, shequels. How are you? Hope you're good. Hope you're thriving. Would that then become a power that could be used? And so you could have certain families and bloodlines that lived longer than other people. And so they had a greater vision because they didn't think in terms of small chunks of life. They thought of they didn't look at one generation. They lived through multiple generations. So they would be able to notice, hey, we can change one generation from another, and we can slowly manipulate the herd and gain total control of the herd. And they won't even know we did it. And the more we do it, the more we hide the sacred knowledge from them. And when we've got them dumbed down enough, we can create religions for them. And we can brainwash them. And we can turn them into, we can get to the point where we nominate ourselves as kings, and then our families can rule openly, right? And then we'll put up our families in each different part of the world, and we'll rule them. And we'll do all sorts of rituals that keep them in place. We'll create wars, we'll create whatever is required. So it's sort of, we can see how that could have happened or would have happened or, very likely did happen. I don't know. What do you guys think in the chat? Do you think this idea might have validity? And Cosmic, you've been a little bit quiet there. I take it Cosmic's enjoying some cosmosis.
Yeah, I don't know. Were we talking about the eternal moment or something?
Well, yeah, the fact that when you look at the Proto-Indo-European source of the word occultus in Latin, the cal has dual meanings. One of the meanings is to save, literally to save. And then we look at how longevity and eternal life has been a big, everybody's been looking for extending their lives. Isn't that like what the occult was really about?
I wouldn't know, specifically, but I know there's a lot of different reasons I think people got into the cult. That's certainly one of them. There's definitely history of a lot of people, trying to figure out elixirs to, make themselves live forever and so on and so forth. But I think it's just honestly that what occultism is just a natural sort of process of evolution. So the way I look at it from my spiritual perspective, I see things kind of evolving from some kind of just pure primordial conscious. I don't really think of it like a narrative in terms of like, gods having, like, I don't look at things in terms of narratives anymore, right? To me, it's just, pure nature. But I think at a certain point, so the way I look at it, I'm from a very panpsychist point of view, right? So you start off with just pure information, right? And then once information, becomes saturated enough, that information then turns into energy, which is a higher level, which is a more concentrated form of awareness. So my idea is that you start off with like a large level of awareness, or like a sort of an all mind, and then that mind slowly gets more concentrated until it becomes an individual self. There's a point where consciousness, so there's 8 phases, right? There's like sort of 4 physical phases, and there's 4 like astral phases. And when they kind of combine together, they create the individual self, right? And so at a certain point, like, matter, energy then creates matter then creates complex molecular structures and chemicals. Those then create organisms, and then those create, organisms that have sentience. And now that we have sentience, it's like the human race has essentially discovered a new domain, right? In the same way that, fishes crawled out of the ocean to evolve and become salamanders, and they discovered this world called dry land. We, being the fish of the physical world, when our brains evolved, we then discovered the spiritual realm in the same way the fish discovered dry land, right? And so I think occultism is just going to be inevitable with that level of conscious awareness expansion, that they're going to be aware of this new dimension with spiritual entities, powers, insights, abilities. And because you think about every single culture in history has some kind of religious, magical tradition. one of the things I are, atheists will like to say that, atheism is the natural course of thing. But you would think that if materialism, if it was as true as it actually was, you'd think you would have at least one ancient atheist culture. None of these ancients were atheists. All of them believed in a mystical world, every single one of them. There's not an exception to this rule. This whole materialism thing is a brand new, phenomenon that's happened in the West. And so what occultism is essentially doing is it's taking this realm that we've discovered and it's trying to come up with a kind of formulaic systems in order to sort of explore this dimension of ours, and usually through religion. But in the process of that, it's kind of taken the spiritual realm and kind of created fences and barriers. Like this is the Christian world, this is the Judaism world, this is the Hindu dimension. And so people, you know what the metaphor is? This is the perfect metaphor. The spiritual realm is like a forest, and religions are like hiking trails that you can take to explore said forest, right? So there's like a Christian trail, there's a Buddhist trail, et cetera, et cetera. But my thing is, like, what I'm trying to do is I'm going off trail. Like, I don't want a trail. I just want to see this, consciousness realm in its pure primordial nature, no narratives attached to it, no mythology, just what it is as it is. And so, and I think with occult systems, I think over time they become more and more rigid. And the reason is because of that. I think that, with materialism is it's kind of like, in terms of perception, it's kind of made us go backwards a little bit, kind of back to our just pure animalistic state, before we developed this kind of bicameral mind where we're able to have like a third eye perception and see, dreams and so on and so forth. And so with the advent of, technology and science, we didn't really have access to that spiritual realm naturally because we're so conditioned to believe that that stuff doesn't exist. So when we try to go back to it, there's this sense of we don't really know that you can kind of just freewheel it. So people get very dogmatic. They get very rigid when they go into it, and they feel like they have to take on this rigid dogmatic path because, like this forest, they don't know how to hike off trail because we've been kind of going on this materialist trail. But the problem with the trail is that some of it's been covered up. Some of the plants have grown up on it and obscured the trail, so nobody really knows, where they're going onto it. But I think what we have to do as mystics is learn to just explore these woods without the trails. At least that's what, I'm doing. And I think the woke occultism, unfortunately, I think with a lot of cults, it basically says you're forbidden to even go off the trail at a certain point. You're forbidden to go into the extra. Just stay on the path. Don't deviate from it. And just, kind of keep going along forward. And with that, I think that it's kind of like we haven't really figured out how to, just go back to a pure raw. And I think that's why I'm really starting my own tradition. Just get back to the place where you're just like, at the draw. Like I think about, like, if you think about all of occultism, it's like a chalkboard that has all these diagrams and stuff. But the problem is the chalkboard is so filled up, I can't write anything new on the chalkboard anymore. Like it's totally filled. So it's like, in a way, by sort of erasing the proverbial chalkboard, you can start to write new, information on it. And I think, because I think about like the ancients and the ancient mystics, before all this religion started, before mythologies, at a certain point, it had to have started with some kind of mystic staring into a bonfire. Maybe he's on a psychedelic, maybe he's having a dream. It doesn't really matter, but just having that just raw sense of exploring the spiritual world and discovering new things, meeting new deities, coming up with new insights. And the problem is, it's kind of like, and I think it's with our relationship with nature in general, there are no spirit. There's not really a whole lot of spiritual explorers anymore. There's not a lot of people who are, trendsetters or going beyond the new horizons. Everybody's just kind of staying within their lane. It's like, I'm going to do this Golden Dawn thing. I'm going to stick with the planetary rituals. I'm going to stick with the Kabbalistic rituals. And, I'm not going to deviate from that. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think that, like I've said in other occult chats, occultism needs to grow. It needs to change and evolve. But we just stick with the ancient stuff, the magic is going to get lost because there's no real mystery towards it anymore. We have to be able to just go out, look into the stars, and see just a totally unknown world. And I think if we can approach occultism more from that natural primordial state, I think we can weed out a lot more of the bullshit that's in the way.
I feel like there's kind of a hidden association in parallel that people don't see between esotericism and eroticism. It's like the same sounds and letters. You just move the S and the R into different places. And I feel like there's a tie there. And I feel like there was these matriarchal cults, orgiastic rites that were lost to like modern religion, which seemed to kind of be a cover-up for these mystical movements, which were more like balanced sacred union of like sacred masculine and sacred feminine, like Gnosticism, Sufism, and Kabbalism. Kind of almost seem to have been like remnants of that matriarchal time in a point where things became more balanced and then became superseded by the patriarchal usurped information. I was going to say misinformation, but it's really just like the retelling of old stories in a new way that's more viable to like the times, where they're trying to appeal to people, certain cultures. They're going to use their icons and their symbols and words to reel them in. And they did a lot of this with the Norse people, which is why the word God comes from the Norse and the word hell comes from the Norse. And so there's a lot of that. And in that, you can see that there's things hidden in itself right there. The fact that things have kind of grown to kind of just take on this amalgamation of things that's just not even written in the literature anymore. It's just things that have been passed down. But I feel like the reason why mysticism was replaced so well by this organized religion had a lot to do with the things that were passed on by word of mouth through many different cultures and different translations of languages. They passed on the wisdom through word of mouth for a lot of this ancient wisdom. And then when it was starting to be written down, people were probably having a hard time interpreting it without a person to help read it with them to help them interpret it. So I feel like the modern religion is just all in the doctrine.
What are you doing?
And the interpretations are like not really even being considered, because I think a lot of people have lost track of like the older English in trying to understand that. And so they're looking at these new simplified versions. And I watched a documentary about this recently, and they think that the more harder to understand it is, that means the older it is. The more lengthier it is, the older it is. Because as they translate things into new material, they don't make it longer. They don't add things in. They tend to want to simplify and make things shorter over time. So if we go back far enough, we can find the more extended versions of things that have more insights in them, more references to things that are actually the historical reference. That a lot of the doctrines have been turned into just an association with one particular god, whereas they were referring to different kings, different gods, different aspects of the divine, and kind of just bunching them all together. So I think people have kind of lost track of the complexity of our history, and in a lot of ways, there's so much indications in modern day doctrines and literature and teachings of all of the different stages of development where things have come to kind of like replace the more meaningful, wise teachings and just do whatever they can to gather attention. And in a lot of ways, you could kind of see this is like what the media does today. In a lot of ways, that the organized religious doctrines were sent out to the people to indoctrinate them. People are being indoctrinated now by the media, where they have you come into, you're interested in ancient mysticism, then you get wrapped up in being a star seed, and then you're off to wait for the mothership to go back to the home planet or back to your galaxy or whatever it is. So, this is a way in which people feel like they have to learn the established ways. I think when I was a child, I felt like I just need to learn. Everything's understood. Just need to learn about it. But in my way of developing, I kind of took the mystical aspect of things and the spiritual and religious aspect of things and pushed away a lot of the doctrines that they had pushed on me because they did not seem intuitively sound to me. And I always did things my own way intuitively. So for a while, I felt like, man, I really need to learn about like how people really do this stuff because I feel like I'm half-assing it. But looking back on it, I feel like it was better for me to stick with the intuitive way of just learning things through dialogues with people, and kind of like the way that a sage would do. And I would go around and just find things of meaning to me in nature, and then look up what they can signify to the ancients and things like that. It was a very purposeful and meaningful thing. I feel like I created my own system in many ways. And so I feel like doing that was even more meaningful than like learning all the different ways that people have already established, because I feel like I was developing something not only for myself, but like for the collective subconscious too, just to be able to not have to go to read a book to understand how to connect with nature and the divine and the inner self, but just going out into nature and seeing things that are like trying to give you a sign, like a feather or a shiny gem or something. You can give significance to whatever things that you find out there that have resonance with you, and I feel like doing that kind of a thing really helps people get grounded and more in touch in a better environment and more connected to nature. And I feel like there's a lot connected to nature involved in deeper yearnings for seeing beyond the banality of like the everyday life and civilization. And that can go into just being out into nature or going out into other realms of the unseen. A lot of people could like to get lost in the stars. They like to learn about the stars. And it's a beautiful place to be, to know about the stars and their significance and their impact on us. And the ancients would say, and they still do, the tribal societies will say that they're shocked that the European people can't hear the stars. And they ask them sometimes, how do you learn if you can't hear the stars? Which is kind of baffling when we hear about these things at the inside of the tribal people on the spirit after death and the wisdom of the stars. It's something that's kind of beyond us, lost from our culture for too long, but needs to come back. We feel like that has resonance to us, and it makes us curious. It wants to draw us back into understanding it.
Yeah, brother, I like that. Beautiful little monologue, beautiful, so on point. And I think it makes me think of that fundamental notion of being like a child, yeah, and this misconception of humility, right? Hey, we got Zerilath here. I hope you haven't been waiting wrong. Namaste, welcome, dear brother Zerilath. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing good. Just crunching a little bit of time here before my evening, so I thought I'll hop on air while I'm driving.
Well, for those of you that don't know, Zerilath's channel is well, you can find him. I think he's in my recommended channels. He must be at Zerilath Immortal with a little at. And he's a pagan mystic, magician. Yeah, definition: pagan mystic magician. And he reads bones and stones and tarot and works with occult things. So that's his thing. He's also got a channel. He's specialized a lot with looking at root language of Northern Europe, the Norse tradition, where that comes from.
Yeah, not too
And
much. I don't do too much with bones, but a little bit. I'm all for good necromancy, not bad necromancy. There's a big difference.
yeah. So just back to what you were saying, dear Indian, I think it was like so on point. I think it's so healthy to recognize that intuitive, natural, childlike yearning, which is the currency of the heart. And it's sort of what drives us all towards knowledge. And it's like, when I think of humility, I don't think of acting with your head held down and I don't know anything, all that nonsense. I think of humility, and I think of like the ability to know that I can be wrong and to accept that I'm fallible. Yeah. That there's a lot I can learn. That's humility. Like, it doesn't, I mean, you walk with a straight back. Humble people don't walk with their heads cowed down. They walk with a straight back. They got a strong gait. Humility is the walk of a warrior, right? But a warrior, like in war, you learn when you make a mistake pretty fast because you feel it. So you can't pretend that you didn't make a mistake. If you get a black eye, you're gonna wear that with pride, basically, So, or worse, you carry your battle scars. Those are your reminders of. So it's constantly humbling of limitations. Somebody mentioned that when you add the T onto the occult, as we were looking at it, like as it relates to extending the life and saving the life and time, I think that this is why Saturn is so associated with the occult, right? This is the thing. People relate the first cults to Saturn, and Saturn is time, the weight of time that makes us go like old and into the ground, right? The occult is all about learning to work with that Saturn potential, learning to work with that black cube, learning to work with that energy, learning to move beyond those limitations of time. So it's a beautiful, I think it was Howard that pointed that out, and also he says it's also about figuring out the nature of reality and existence. So, I mean, that's really what we're getting right down to. Namaste, Uziel. I hope you're good. Yeah?
Hey, I was going to say something.
Fire away, brother.
Yeah. I was going to say that I think that the role that Saturn is playing is, like, for one thing, there's the aspect of the antiquities, and then, and so time is creating this idea that, going back, to the beginning of just like understanding things happening in a certain way. And so Saturn, because it's an organizing principle kind of thing in its role as a luminary, that's giving us what's occult and telling us what we can do with it, right? There's different effects for the different ways you take something occulted and then apply it to process and procedure, right? Its place in ritual, its place in the sigil craft, and so on and so forth. This is because there's rules to magic, right? And then of course there's the antithesis to the rules of magic, and that's where the chaos agents come in, and they just look at what is the orderly and properly way to do it, and they want to use the magic of disruption of that system to break it down, because they because it's testing what is impure of it. So that's when you go and you break the rules that you're accustomed to, right? And that's how you get a lot of the left-hand path stuff that takes us a familiar symbol and kind of trolls on it. Satanists with just doing Christianity in reverse is your immediate superficial example of such a thing.
Yeah, that's a really good point there, with the regards to Saturn being an organizing principle. Because think about in the occult, like how many of these specific, geometric diagrams having these specific names, plants being these very specific locations, and all these numbers and these correspondences and stuff. If you really think about it, yeah, that is all sort of the influence of Saturn on the mind of consciousness. And I think the reason, if you think about what Saturn, if we think of life as a video game or a simulation, what Saturn ultimately represents is sort of the source code of the universe, right? So if you can understand how the code of Saturn works, you basically understand the epistemological framework of the entire universe, essentially. And then you can actually, use magic. Because I think once you I think with chaos magic or any, non-traditional magic, once you kind of understand how the programming language actually works, you can start to like make creative decisions. You can kind of move things around and put things in different places. But I think the problem with chaos magic is I don't think they actually do an accurate understanding, they don't actually take apart the actual magic that they claim to do, because they ultimately have very different. Chaos magic and traditional magic, I've realized, are ultimately very different metaphysical theories. And so with traditional magic, the idea is that the source of the magic is usually something more external. It's the planets, it's the angels, it's the gods. You are drawing that energy into you so that you can sort of make effectively a change into the world. You're basically saying, hey, Apollo or whatever, I got this offering for you. Can you make sure I got, a sunny day on Saturday? I got a big tennis tournament or something like that. And, Apollo will say yes or no, depending upon, whether or not that fits into the grand scheme of things. Where chaos magic is not like that. Chaos magic, the energy and the magic comes purely from one's own individual will. So it's more like with chaos magic, you're taking the existing order of the universe and you're essentially corrupting and overriding that order and injecting something completely new into it. Whereas more traditional magic is you're using elements that are already there. You're not putting in anything new. You're working with what the sort of the culture has essentially provided for you, right? So if anything, Saturn, it sort of represents kind of the if this is, like I said, if this is all a video game, Saturn is where all the code is, right? That's where all the C++. I don't know coding, but ultimately that's what I see Saturn's role in playing in this kind of solar system, pantheistic mind situation here.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to look at that, and that's actually, this makes me want to think about numerology. Yeah, almost makes me want to dive into something that's been bugging me for a while. How much obfuscation is happening within the occult right now and has been happening for a while? When I first observed it, I didn't know what to make of it. First, I started doubting myself, right? This is like 20 years ago. I saw it first starting subtly. And then I noticed, like, in the next decade, like, hold on, they're up to something. And it became much more plain in the decade leading up to COVID. And since COVID, it's like it's reached a crescendo of effect, and how much of our occult principles, I believe, and I'd like to get your guys' take on it. I believe that they're slowly but surely trying to change the meaning of numerology, of numbers. And our numerology, like we get our numerology from, well, there's Vedic numerology and there's Chaldean numerology. And our numerology is an evolution that came from this. So there's not really a big difference of numerology from Western numerology to Vedic numerology. It's all really the same in terms of what the numbers represent. And I think of numbers as being the beginning of occult knowledge. And I think, like, when you start obfuscating a language, which is something that we've been witnessing, and it seems to be it's happening more and more frequently. It seems to be a pandemic, if I can use that word, of language obfuscation that we're living through, to the point now where the word woman is being taken away from us and there needs to be an X put in there. So my child is going to be taught how to spell the word woman with an X. Not on my watch. A woman is a man with a womb, and he's going to learn that. Some men have wombs, others don't. Human. So, and the whole idea of human, we've lost the idea of what human is. I mean, hue is light, right? The hue of light is light and color. Man, human is man that comes from light, right? Now we're sitting here thinking that, well, man has got elements of light in him. They're inverting everything. It's even in our language. The word human will be under attack next, by the way. They'll find a reason to make human not woke enough. And there'll have to be a different word, because human will obviously be sexist, right? Am I right or wrong? So we'll have to change the word human into something else that's not sexist, because the word man can't be in there. And the word light cannot define what man is, when light is actually what we are. We come from light. We don't come from this place. This is not our home. This is just a facade that we've created around our true state in order to be able to function and operate objectively. I think that in other epochs that possibly we didn't have this level of objectivity in terms of specification, that separation. Telepathy was a more normal and common form of communication. These days it still happens, and a lot of people might try and pretend it doesn't exist, but a mother knows when her child's been hurt at school. She gets a cramp in her stomach. She feels awkward. She feels nervous. She can't stop thinking about her child. She rocks up at the playground in the middle of the day to look at her child. Oh, it turns out he fell and he hurt himself. Well, there you go. It's not uncommon for us to have telepathy. Like, I'm thinking about John. Oh, and the phone rings. Oh, wow, I was just thinking about calling you, John. But I haven't spoken to John in like 4 months. What are the odds that in 4 months of not communicating with John, that I happen to think about calling him at the very second my phone rings? This is so normal. It's like half the population has or does experience this. Telepathy is such a big part of our lives, but we've been taught to deny whether it exists or not. And very often the same people that say, I was just thinking about you when you phone them, if you have a conversation with them about telepathy, they go, well, I don't know if I believe in that stuff.
Yeah.
So
I got a telepathy story that was that was kind of funny. Like about 2 years ago, when I was busting my ass at the garden store, when I was in the garden store, part of me working in my life and whatnot, I was having some frustrations dealing with a few things going on, but it was fine. I was keeping to myself, staying at task. And this employee who he's kind of like a senior guy and a senior, but the manner in which he complains about things can be really insulting. I've heard him, whatever. And so I'm working here, and he's coming up and he's walking up, and then I hear him grumbling something about how, like, oh man, you guys just don't fucking do your job around here, like one of these things, kind of like, demeaning what's going on our side of the team effort while I'm getting driven crazy. So I hear him say this, and I lost my cool on him, right? Because I felt really, really insulted for, like, work I was really trying to get done, trying to make everybody fucking happy. And then of course you with your fucking complaints. Now, after I fucking unleash a fucking harsh fucking word or two on him, I spit some of my dragon fire. He gets really effing shocked because I kind of cursed him out, right? And I'm telling him whatever, and he's just like, what are you talking about? Like, so allegedly he didn't say that, He didn't say that, but I'm not sitting there watching him come up and imagining in my head him saying that. It's just like I believed I audibly heard him say that. And everything in his attitude is like that. And deep down inside, there was something that I know I also caught was true, because he only said that because he knows he didn't say that. But he knows he was thinking it. And after the fact, I said, that was a strange way he reacted. Was he gaslighting me? Or did I fucking have a telepathic moment? And I think I had a fucking telepathic moment. There was a meeting with the manager the next day. He was in the wrong and I got a raise. Nothing bad happened to him, but he was considered in the wrong, and then I got a raise out of it. So my telepathy serves me well.
Yeah, man. You know, it's interesting how these things happen. Cosmic, is there something you wanted to say, brother?
Yeah, there was something I wanted to add, and it's definitely related to the telepathy thing, but I think it also goes to the woke occultism thing. I wanted to point out, you know, when it comes to magic and the occult, I wanted to kind of bring up the fact of how entertainment, movies, and television portray how the occult works and primes our expectations. Now, the thing, and I'm not going at this from like a moralistic standpoint, because I think, you know, that's sort of, but I'm thinking more like I think of like Harry Potter, for example. Like Harry Potter, he's got a wand, he says the magic word, and the fireball always comes from the wand. And I think why people are skeptical of the occult and magic is because that's the primed expectation of how they think magic is supposed to work. They think that it works 100% of the time when you do it exactly the same way, and it's totally predictable. And the reality is it's not. Like, I definitely think telepathy is real, but it's not something that I can like just intentionally do, you know, willy-nilly. It just kind of happens on its own. And one of the things I've been doing that sometimes I do to test like psychic abilities, you know, there's like the whole idea of like the flashcard where there's like you know, it can be a square, a circle, a triangle, a star. And the idea is the person is supposed to guess which one is, you know, behind the card. It's either correct or it's incorrect. Well, I do something similar to this, but I do this with video game randomizers. So one of the video games that I like to play is called, you know, The Legend of Zelda Randomized. And basically what the game does is it takes all the items that are in treasure chests and it puts them in random treasure chests. So when you go up to a treasure chest, I'll try to guess which item I'm going to randomly get, right? And then, but the thing what I've noticed is that sometimes it's like, and these are items that are just like, you know, very specific items in the game, and it'll be that one right then and there. It's like, oh, a hammer is going to be in this treasure chest, and then a hammer is in that treasure chest. And I'm like, what the hell? And it happens so often that it can't just be coincidence. But the point I'm trying to make here is that, because sometimes the point is that when I try to do this intentionally, when I try like, okay, I'm going to focus, I'm going to concentrate, I'm going to predict this thing, it never works. It almost seems like when you're not trying to do telepathy, that's when the telepathy happens. Like there's this kind of, it's like you kind of have to not look at it and not think about it. And when you don't even try, that's when the telepathy manifests itself. It's very weird. So because it's so elusive and it's not something that you can easily, you know, do like on a repeated basis, like 100% of the time, a lot of people become skeptical of that. And the reason for that skepticism is because, you know, movies and TV prime our expectations of magic to work and act in a very specific way. And when the magic of occultism doesn't meet those expectations, people say, oh, it's all bullshit, it's all made up. But honestly, another way to look at this is that I think if it was something that you could just easily, you know, make a fireball come out of thin air just by saying a specific set of words, I think it wouldn't be as mysterious or magical. I think one of the things that makes magic interesting is that it's something that takes you beyond the standard dimension of logical cause and effect into something completely outside of that. And I think if you could explain magic in a sort of matter-of-fact, scientific, logical way, it wouldn't really be magic anymore. It would just be another mundane scientific phenomenon. So I think magic always kind of lies in that kind of liminal outer world of mystery. It's never something that you can quite put your finger on. It's never something you can quite understand. And by sort of learning to accept this kind of mysterious, unpredictable nature of magic, you can actually get it to work. Because although I think that, you know, there is randomness in the universe, I think that with magic and belief and ritual, you can change the odds. You can make it more likely to happen. So that's kind of the way I look at it. And so I think that, you know, I think overall we were talking about woke occultism. I think that we can't talk about woke occultism without talking about how magic is portrayed in popular entertainment. What are your thoughts, guys?
Beautiful points. Beautiful, and I agree with you. You know, it's very much on point. I do think that this is very much an issue that we're facing in this modern day, that there is this portrayal of magic and the occult over. They've taken something highly esoteric and turned it into something very exoteric, and in the process they've lost all the nuance of what it represents. And for me, like, I remember when I was first training, I kept getting afraid that I was going to lose my abilities. Isn't that weird? I kept getting afraid, like, and so sometimes you can do more stuff, and sometimes it doesn't work so well. Sometimes you can see into the etheric better. Sometimes you're struggling to move out of your body. And I was always like, oh no, am I losing my edge? And then I remembered to watch the moon. It was a game changer. I was like, holy shit, that thing plays a big role. Like, depending on where the moon is, depending on where the sun is, depending on all these factors, really, it's like, it's a big game changer as to like our abilities. So I think like that's an interesting point. And like you say, telepathy isn't something that what I have noticed is that when it comes to these things, it's very much to do with intention, right? But what is the intention behind the intention? And I think that intention behind the intention is the inhibition or the liberator. I'll give you an example. If your life is in danger and you need to invoke a force, oh my gosh, you should see the success rate, man. like when it's like you put yourself in that position, it's life or not life. You don't have any intention behind the intention. It's not I need to show off. It's not I need to prove something to someone. It's not any of that. It's just raw. I need to do this now, and you do it. And which is why, like, when it comes to reading for people, my mom always used to come to me like, oh, please read for me. Oh, please look at my energy body. Oh, please, like, tell me what do I, and I always used to say to my mom, I don't like to read for my family or for people I'm closely connected to, because that intention behind the intention gets in the way. It's almost like cold reading works way better than not. So if you want to like improve that cold reading, right, just do it without a desire for an outcome. And that seems to work, like bring out much more success rate if you want to like see things, you want to gain insight.
It's kind of hard to find the original article, which was like a mainstream article back in the day that was like getting into what was really going on. And in our recent pop culture, in the world of comic book writing for the occult, you had Grant Morrison versus
Alan
I
Moore.
can't remember the other guy's name. One of them was big on the stuff for like Constantine, and the other was big on stuff like Doctor Strange.
Was it Alan Moore you're
these
thinking
guys,
of?
because they are practicing occultists, practicing magicians who are also writing comic books with magical themes, magical characters, and Grant, who was doing like Doctor Strange and all that stuff, he was doing stuff that was much more alignment to the kind of magic that I do, and that I think that many of us are here are trying to do. Right? You know, like Doctor Strange, he does his magic largely. You know, he has the power. He's not you like doing a specific ritual to bring in a specific entity to get a job done on an investigation or whatever. Like Constantine is written far more in line with you know, magical rules of Kabbalah and things like that, and a lot of invocation, a lot of, you know, basic stuff from real world things like pentagrams or whatever. And then Grant Morrison, he was operating with like the global holistic kind of system where here's the place for the chakra. Like they explain all this in the first Doctor Strange movie. That's all Grant Morrison's writing and contribution to what Doctor Strange would become, and how much of the magic in his other stories pans out. You know, I've listened to him do a lecture on how making a sigil works, because he's drawing panels and drawing sigils as part of the writing. So there was a wizard's war between these two, because they were so different in their essential values and application of magic, that it turned into a literal wizard's war, where each one would be publishing different comic books around the same time, with competing means to an ends in magic being demonstrated. They're like trolling each other. It's fascinating, right? And you can see the influence of either one of these people. And you can see who is more favorable to one's kind of style or the other. That's a small part of it for those on the surface level of like pop culture magic that may be playing with fire even more so than like the Wiccans.
Yeah, you bring up an interesting point, you know. And personally, you know, when I look at this, like, my perceptions of these things changed a lot, I think. Obviously, when I went to live in India, and I got that side of the training of the yogas and the tantras, but like the esoteric or the occult sides of yoga, and not like, you know, well, what you see in popular like learning to stretch. And that was like what led to me, you know, practicing sadhana and meeting a shaman. But and then that took me into the wilderness, and you know, everything else from there became its own journey. But it's interesting, like that distinction that you draw there with the Doctor Strange. And for me personally, I find it very difficult to take it seriously on a personal level, to a lot of what these younger or more modern chaos magic ideas are bringing in, where they will take a fantasy idea and they will use it as to create an egregoric lore knowledge based upon something that's totally fantastic. And to me, it seems like there's a certain amount of delusion involved in that. And don't get me wrong, delusion can be powerful, and one can use delusion to generate power and use power in an occult way. And it can be very effective, right? I'll give you an example of this. An example of delusion being used for power. Imagine you're a warrior and you're a fighter and you're on crack, right? You're going to be fully delusional. It will give you an edge as a fighter while you're like amped up on your crack, won't it? because you're so delusional, you won't even feel pain. You won't be inhibited by your natural strength and ability. You will release your inner wild animal instincts to be like incredibly strong and aggressive. So yeah, you can become a great warrior on crack while you're on your buzz, or you can go and train in martial arts and become a great warrior. But there comes a point where if you train in martial arts and you devote yourself, where like it doesn't matter how much crack someone's on, they're gonna crack. Do you know what I mean? So like that's sort of a shallow way of displaying it, but I think there's something to that, you know. So yeah, exactly. Berserkers, you can psych yourself up using chaos magic ideas, using a comic book fantasy idea, and that psyching up can psych up energy that can produce change. But I think there's a roof to what that can achieve when one goes into a more for example, like a lot of the mythos that is genuine mythos, I believe that genuine mythos is actually our ancient history. And that's what gives that genuine mythos so much power, is because it's egregoric. It's not just in us. It's through our ancestral tree. Every one of our ancestors carries that mythos in their consciousness. And so I'm drawing on the power from my entire ancestral tree. And it connects me to the beginning, right back, you know, to the beginning of my ancestral tree. So I think there's like a powerful realization that comes when one practices the magic that comes from the real. For example, let's say you embed yourself in the ancient Norse tradition, and you really, or if it's ancient Greek tradition, I mean, the stories are not that different. Or if it's an ancient Vedic tradition, and you're drawing from those archetypes, which are actually related to real people, real beings that lived on this earth at some point. This is my idea, but I believe there's something to it. And because they actually stood in the flesh, their bones actually came on the earth. They left a stamp on the earth. And so that there's actually like a root, a point in time that connects that time through all the time to this time. And that narrative that's traveled through all of our ancestors connects us to an ancient time when our consciousness was more in a refined limit-free situation. And now we're in this very like small boxed in mental frame that's sort of been facilitated by us, largely by black magicians and largely by our own free will and our abuse of our free will. Life it's become very easy to excessive alcohol amount, for example. It's become very easy to get access to, you know, substances, or like, you know, people with bad dispositions, like children, and like all sorts of things, you know. In the old days, it wasn't like that. I don't think people touched kids in the old days. You know why? Like, imagine like 500 years ago or 1,000 years ago, someone touch your kids. What do? You go and have a conversation with them. You go to the police. No, you don't. No, you don't. You get out your katana or your axe and you meet that fair and square. So there was a real reason not to do things, because there were real consequences. These days, the consequences are very relative, especially for men doing things to women. Like when we consider rape, for example, there's not enough, you know, reason for men not to rape women, because they can get away with it 2 years in jail and then they're back on the streets like nothing happened, right? This is what's going on. In the old days, 1,000 years ago, if someone touched your daughter, that was the end of his life. Let's face it, right? So I think, like, what do you guys think?
You know, I think when we're talking about, like, you're talking about the whole, like, you know, people using fictional stories, I think that when it comes to occultism and magic, people are inspired by narratives that actually have a real visceral emotional impact on you. Like, as much as people say, you know, they're inspired by the Bible or the Bhagavad Gita, like, you really think about a lot of people, what really hits them in the heart is like Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, you know, movies that people grow up with, mythologies that actually inspire people, you know, because as much as we like these old, as respect for some of these older ancient narratives, they're not really new, right? They're not really fresh. And so I don't think they really resonate with people as they did back in those ancient times. Now, a lot of these myths, you know, they were prominent because that's what, you know, everyone believed and everybody followed it. But now, in a sense, we kind of have new mythologies, new characters. And the real problem is not that they're new mythologies, is that we've secularized them and classified them as fiction rather than something as. See, so the way I look at, you know, when it comes to, I guess you could, some people will say that my perspective is chaos magic, but I think there's a lot of things that I do that make my stuff distinct from chaos magic. But the idea, you know, essentially when it comes to belief systems, that we kind of, there's just this primordial dream world, and every belief system sort of forms a bubble, right? And the more people that believe in the belief system, the larger the bubble gets. And so I think that's kind of what's happening with chaos magic, is because we kind of feel like the old roads have been kind of shut off and kind of closed off. Because I think when you also talk to chaos magicians, these are people that they want to get into spirituality, they want to get into occultism, but they're not interested in religion. They're not interested in, you know, following dogmatic rules, even though the more I think about chaos magic, I think there are certain dogmatic limitations that it actually does have. That, and I think one of the issues I do have with chaos magic is that it's almost like it's so relativistic and so open-minded that you can't really elevate anything. You can't really elevate some occult idea and distinguish it as being more real or true than certain other ideas. So I think the problem with chaos magic is, like I say, it's infected with politics. There's a kind of a postmodern nihilistic relativistic lens that kind of, you know, guides the narrative structure of chaos magic, where I guess I'm just going at from a more pure, like, shamanic, primordial, just looking at consciousness and trying to understand how it works, and, you know, not really coming up with a whole lot of different assumptions.
I think
But, you know, I just wanted to bring that point to the table.
I think that we have many different left hand and right hand path disciplines, and the chaos magic we see now as a left hand path discipline is, you know, being built upon, you know, certain choices, right? That there is a unspoken official curriculum, right? Because by and large, somebody wants to get into this, they're likely going to appeal to authority if they aren't really a truth seeker. They're just they're looking for something, but they're not necessarily looking for the truth. They're just looking for something that looks like it works, and it looks like something that they like, and it looks like they'll like the other people around them. So perhaps they grew up and they met a lot of Thelemites. They're going to get into Thelema, which you're going to have to know Kabbalah to do that. And this has been my issue. It's just like everything conforms itself to Kabbalah. This is why I go on about what I'm trying to learn in context about the early work of the Keylontic sciences, Michael Dean's work, and all of this stuff, where you'll see familiarities in things like the spiral, which is like the phi ratio, but it's a different ratio making the spiral. There's the eternal tree of life, which is a symmetrical system where Dath is not excluded in the pathways, and things like this, and all of these ideas that this kind of magical foundation, whether you're doing it on the left or on the right, that this is the infrastructure of what you're actually working with.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. Can I ask, like, Is it possible to mute your mic when you're not talking, because it's bringing a feedback, Zerilat?
Yeah, I hear
And
it
just
too.
point out when you are talking, when you're closer to your screen, the quality of your audio is way better. Maybe the device you're on, the mic doesn't have a big range. Just feedback, food for thought. But I think, like what you're saying, there's a lot in this. My belief is that the Kabbalah has been obfuscated. I think the Jews, must be careful here. Who am I blaming? Am I blaming the Jews? I don't know whether it's fair to blame the Jews, but let's just say it seems like the Jewish culture has obfuscated the Kabbalah. Because like when I was introduced to it first, the ideas were brought to me was that it needs to be totally abstract. And then the contradiction came, but he has a very objective drawing. And I was like, hold a moment. Like, you're not supposed to actually write it down. The whole idea of the Kabbalah is it should never be written down and it should never be drawn. So this idea of the tree of life that we have in our mind that we've all been sort of groomed upon, to me, seems contradictive. So I've left that behind and gone into a purely conceptual perception of the spheres. And I've started going back to the Chaldean roots, which is where I think the Kabbalah was being practiced in a more conceptual manner. Numerology is the Kabbalah. So this is where the confiscation comes. And they've got us stuck on this picture with Keter and Bina and Chokmah and Tiparet and all of these. And so we've got this picture in our mind of a tree of life. And I can see that that's how you would map these influences onto the human body, right? Like, okay, so the tree of life, the only reason we use that tree of life is because the adepts wanted to be able to map that into the etheric body. Now, the astral body and the etheric body are different. The astral body is the emotional substance, so it's got to do with the endocrine system. So we go to India and we learn about the astral body, about the chakras, which are related to the endocrine glands that produce hormones. Okay. And so they're the 7 main groups, actually the 8 main groups of the hormonal generators in the body. And so we talk about those chakras, and chakra represents the whirling of energy, pure energy. It's more conceptual and it's more in alignment with emotion. Then we look at the etheric. Now the ether is the aleph, the tav, which is the beginning, and the alpha and the omega, the beginning and ending. And when things have a beginning and an ending, it means there's a distinction between 1 and 2, and a distinction between 3 and 4, distinction between 5 and 6. So it's that item where when we're talking about chakras, we're talking about a relationship between 1 and 2, a relationship between 2 and 3, a relationship between such and such. So I think this is where it gets really interesting. These relationships represent the emotional context where we build relationships between ourselves and each other. But when it comes to intellectualism, we have likeness. It's like we relate to that. We both believe that idea, and we both disagree with that idea. And we get clear ideas that I agree with you with this, I disagree with you with that. It's a mental sort of ticking of boxes. And those little boxes means like it's a container. So we talk about the Sefirot being containers. This has got to do with not the emotional, but the mental acquisition of thought symbology. That sounds like a heavy loaded term, but the way in which the mind creates ideas, and that the ideas in themselves become a case that carries thought. So these Sefirot, as we talk about them, are cipher, Sephir, cipher. So like a Lu, which cipher? The Lu cipher. It's a Sephir, cipher, cipher, Ut. So we're talking about the beginning and the end. So the symbol, the ciphers that define the beginning and endings of things, which means number. Number is the breath. The in-breath is distinct from the out-breath, right? Not the process of what connects the in-breath to the out-breath, but each breath in its own separate, what it achieves. So then we look at these 10 Sefirot. Now the 10 Sefirot are really the 9 numerations. Yeah. We talk about them as 10, but it's actually there's 9, because the Malkut is actually just all of the 9 working together. And that's what the Malkut. So this is why when you look at it, if you look at like the typical tree of life, the Malkut represents 4 colors. It represents the citrine, it represents the olive, it represents the black, and it represents the russet. So the russet, the citrine, and the olive are reflections of the 3 fundamental principles. Now, that manifestational tone, which is the resonant frequencies through which consciousness is building structure and substance, has 3 elements to it. And those 3 elements are compounded within 3 states, the Om, Tat, and the Sat. But within the Om, traditionally, we would draw the Om as being the blue, 1 circle, Phi, another circle, proportion to the next circle, Phi, the 3rd circle, in proportion to the other 2 circles. So we're looking at, like, you know, the 1, 2, and the 3, right? You've got 1 plus 2, and 2 plus 3 becomes the 5. So we've got this, and 5, obviously the 5 gunas, the 5 elements, the pentagram, right? So these 3 principles will be drawn with a blue Om, right? Which is like that picture that we all see. Then the yellow would be the cusp, and the would be the red dot, right? Which represents the substantiality, the ending of the cycle. So we've got the 3 fundamental principles, and that's how the Om used to be drawn in ancient times, with those 3 colors. It's like, it's a mystical, it's a more esoteric conception of Om. And then these 3 principles expand from the Om, and Om carries the heaviest part of manifestation, but the other 2 parts in its embryonic form. And then Tat carries this process, and Sat carries this transcendence, this transcendent absolution. And Tat becomes that process that connects the absolute to this manifestation, the Om, Tat, Sat. So these 3 principles are mirroring the 3 principles within Om. And these 3 principles are mirrored within each of those 3 things, making an enneagram, right? So now we come back to the Kabbalah, and we see the same thing happening. We see the 9 Sefirot, but the 9 Sefirot are bound in Malkut. And how are they bound? The 3 aspects of citrine, which represents the yellow, the 3 aspects of russet, which represents the fire, the red, and the 3 aspects of olive, which represents the watery aspect. So we got the water element, we got the fire element, and we got the air element. And these 3 combine, and then we've got the black, and the black represents the combination of all of these with where it comes from, which is unmanifest. So we've got a composite within Malkut that represents all of the above. The whole tree is really what's being looked at. So within Malkut, we have all other 9 Sefirot working in conjunction. So when you draw the tree of life, you shouldn't actually draw Malkut. You see, it's just, this is an idea. It should be an enneagram. And these concepts have been lost. So I believe there's obfuscation that's happened. I think this is part of the process of moving the Kabbalah towards a woke way of understanding it, where if we take it into a purely conceptual term, we're going to look at it as pure numbers. We're going to look at it as like, what do the numbers represent? And when we start to really look at numbers, we start to understand the roots of language, because language evolved from numbers. So what we consider, you know, the alphabet is really just a development of numerations, and numerations used in different ways in order to add complexity of meaning within the number spectrum. Hence, when we look at our language, like Gematria is the key, the numerology, and there's different forms. There's Notikan as well, which is like splitting your alphabet into 2 parts of 11 and using the first part of the first 11 with the second part of the first 11. Then there's another part which takes the first and the alpha and the omega and puts them together. and that's Aleph Tav. We see the word at as a reflection of that principle. And then, bash, bish, bush, bash, to bash something. And then you can work it back, through the gur. That's a grrr. You do that when you're cold, but a gur is your land. It's your farm in Sanskrit. So you can work through the language in different ways and associate it with numbers. And I think that this idea that the Kabbalah that we've given is false. I don't believe we've been given the true Kabbalah. I mean, I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you think they've obfuscated it and given us a false version?
I find it interesting that it seems like throughout all antiquity, everybody's numerology system, their basic counting system, really is what I mean, is it's like a base 9 or 10 kind of system, right? Like I think the ancient Mayans were that way. Like as far as the symbols are concerned, it's like you've got your 9 or 10 base symbols that you use in your counting. So like nobody sat there and said, I want to have 24. I want to have 24 individual symbols for 24 individual numbers, right? And then you have a 24 single digit code instead of a 9 or 10 single digit code, depending on how we count 0. So that's a fascinating thing. There's something to that because the 9, the 10, the 12, the 13 are all deeply in play in different kinds of numerology on the base level, and there's a reason for the 12.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's a lot there, in that 9 system. Like we think of 10, we've got 10 digits, right? And we've got 10 holes in our body, right? But we've got nine holes that are active, right? 2, 4, 6, 7, anus, penis, 9. Oh, but we forgot the belly button. Oh, but the belly button's been tied off. Ooh. So we've only got 9 holes in play, but we've actually got a 10th hole. But the 10th hole is just about putting us into the 9 holes in play. You see? So I think this is once again, we're mapping it on the human body. And so these Sephirot, the only reason the only reason that the Sephirot is drawn the way it is because the etheric corresponds to the central nervous system and electricity. So you've got the electrical centers in the brain. 1, 2, 3. 3 fundamental electrical system centers in the brain. Then you've got an electrical center here, right? The vagus nerve crossing, very important. Then you've got an electrical center here, and you've got an electrical center here, right? Very important. Then you've got an electrical center in the solar plexus and the heart. The heart is an electrical engine, and it works in conjunction with the brain of the solar plexus. So you've got this Tifaras electrical center here. Then you've got an electrical center, same as you got your armpits, you got them in the nodes of your thighs. There are pressure points there where you've got these electrical points, right, which relate to inside the cup of the bones, right? There's all the nerves bunch up there, and then they travel to the feet. And from the feet, all of these nerves basically run through all of the organs in the body. So we've got these important junctions that all of the nerves that run through your armpit go into all of the organs, and each armpit, all of these nerves are connected to all, and the vagus nerve connects all of the neural infrastructure to all of the different organs in the body, and the feet. And there's another nervous point behind the knees that basically is a junction point for all of the nerves that go to the feet. So the feet and the knees are considered Malkut because they are a nervous junction point. And sometimes you'll find that they will relate it to the feet and sometimes related to the knees, Malkut, because it depends on your posturing as to where you're grounding your energy into the physical beneath you. And if you're on your knees, then you're cutting the circuit from going to your feet. then your knees becomes that circuit that connects you to the earth. So you can see how the pictures of the tree of life is just modeled upon the central nervous system of the body. It's quite easy to see. And you look at the chakras, it's all modeled according to the hormonal centers, right? And how these hormonal centers generate the emotional content. So like you look at the systems in India, they're more emotionally based. The ideologies and philosophies are also more emotionally appealing, where the Western egregoric consciousness system is very intellectually ruled. It's all about mental intellectualism, where in India, it's more about passion and emotionalism. Like it's more shamanic and raw in that way, where there's this elephant that brings you this emotional feeling of like power and this great big powerful beast that can sort of like it can walk through any boundary and any barrier, and you feel this emotional, this Ganesha, this power, or Hanuman. Hanuman is the warrior. He's the big ape, right? And that ape is like incredibly strong, like they can lift their body on one hand, climb trees. Yeah, we've got baboons here, man. These creatures are strong. You should see them. They will literally do this. They will flick them. They will hang from their arms, and they will pull down, and they will launch their bodies up into the air like an arrow and go up to the next floor. They literally just pull themselves up and catch on to the next floor and pull themselves up. They can climb a building like that. It's incredible. So, that represents that real martial strength and power. And then you've got like Shiva, and Shiva sitting with the serpent around the throat. And serpents like represent something we're very afraid of. And it's that deep, dark, mystic stuff. So there's that very emotional iconography in the Vedic system that has somehow survived, which is why they work with the chakras. But in the West, it's all like intellectualized. It's all about the sacred geometry in the West. And so the sacred geometry, the Freemasons, is all about how we build our buildings and how we express the geometry of sound, and which is the etheric field. So like, my point that I'm getting at is like these systems are the same system, but they've been obfuscated so that we can't see that they're the same system because they fit into each other like a hand in a glove. And so we've been sort of like schooled into thinking that they're separate, but they actually fit into each other like this, the same way that the endocrine system, which is controlled by the hypothalamus and the pituitary gland, which manages all the emotions and emotional intelligence and feelings, work in conduit with the pineal gland, which regulates your thinking and regulates your central nervous system to carry like the electrical impulses around your nervous system so that the thoughts can move through the little rotational axes of electrical inputs in the brain so that we can bring those thoughts into the body. So like you see these two, they don't work separately. There's no such thing as, the central nervous system works independently of the no, because what you do to the ones, it's like an equation. It's like a scale. If you put something on the one scale, the other side goes up. You put something on the other side, they work together. It's one thing. But we've been taught to look at these things in separation and to suppress our emotions in the West. So in the West, we've been taught to suppress our emotions, to push them away, and like emotions are bad, art is bad. In India, it's a different story. They've been taught a different way. So like they're repressing something else. Yeah. We're repressing the opposite things, really. And I think like this is part of the woke agenda that we see. I mean, the biggest woke agenda on earth, I think, at the moment is our language obfuscation and our numbers. And I've noticed how, for example, you look at the Enneagram. I believe the Enneagram is the old Kabbalistic tree of life, because it's purely conceptual. It holds no image. It's just numbers that fit into the geometry of life. And there's this new Enneagram that was created by in 1920 by it's called an Enneagram incorrectly, right? Okay. Because Gurdjieff called it an Enneagram. But I was having this conversation with, oh my gosh, I didn't send him a link. Dang. I forgot to send him a link. Oh no, don't tell me I forgot to send him a link. I'm going to kick myself, buddy. Kicking myself is what I'm going to do. I'm so sorry, brother. I thought I'd sent you a link. Dang. I thought I'd sent it to him. So I was having this conversation with him about this, and I think it's quite on point because it relates to exactly what we're talking about here. And I didn't send Chris Miner a link either. But yeah, this idea of the way in which sort of this obfuscation has been created for us, right? This enneagram. Firstly, if you look at a pentagram, right? What does the word gram mean? Let's look at it. Gram. Gram is mass. Mass is a rotational field of potential. So pentagram means a 5-sided geometric pattern that can rotate. Why? Because it has equilibrium. Whichever side you turn it up, it's the same thing, right? Turn a pentagram, it doesn't matter how you turn it. It's never going to not be a pentagram. Hexagram, whichever way you turn it, it's still going to be a hexagram. Septagram, whichever way you turn it, it's still going to be a octagram. Whichever way you're going to turn it, it's still going to be an octagram. But then you explain to me what the heck is what the heck is going on here? And this is something I think we've really got to look at. Like we've really got to grab an understanding of this fundamental idea. Like let's just use this as an example. Where is that image? Oh, it's not coming on the screen. I'll have to go into the settings. What is going on here? We call this an enneagram. Even a octagram. We call this an enneagram. This is not an enneagram. My girlfriend looked at it and she said it looks like a house. Like you can't turn it. You can't turn that. If you turn it, you lose integrity. It's no longer the same thing, right? Every other agram, if you turn it, it represents the gram, the spinning of matter, the rotational axis of energy becoming crystallized. This thing is stagnant. It can't move. So why are we using this symbol? Now, it gets more interesting. Like if you look at where this Oscar, what was his name? Oscar Icazo. Where did he say he got the enneagram information from? He says he got it from the Chaldean records, right? But what is the Chaldean records? What was the Chaldean records? Well, if you go into Chaldea, that's what the enneagram looks like. Hence, you can spin it round, spin it round, spin it round. It doesn't change. It's an enneagram, just like a pentagram, just like a hexagram, just like a septagram, just like a dectagram. They're all containing the geometric pattern of matter. It's crystallizing. But now we've been sort of, okay, that's fine. This was, Icazo decided to use the information that he got from a book about Chaldean enneagram, which is the root source of numerology as we know it. Okay, so it's all about numerology. Then he decided he wasn't going to use the geometry that they provided because he preferred to use Jordeff's version of a 9-sided star, which was invented in 1920. Never existed before then, right? So that thing that we call an enneagram comes from 1920. It was never drawn before that. Okay, very weird. And then decided to change the meanings of the numbers. And today, they'll tell you that the enneagram has got little to do with numerology. I had this conversation with Gabriel. He said, well, everybody gets so stuck in numerology. Do you not understand what the enneagram is? It comes from numerology. Numerology, as we know it, the numbers that we have today comes from the enneagram. This is what numbers are. You cannot have a conversation about the enneagram without numbers. So when we look at the Kabbalah, we're looking at these 9 interacting separators of time and space, the containers. And so these 9 containers are really what we're talking about when we're talking about the enneagram. And we are talking about number. And numer is also pneumonia, right? the breath. So what separates one breath from the other breath? These separating factors are what we could consider the electrical system, right? Because we're breathing in air. So what are we doing when we're breathing? We're taking in oxygen, right? And we're giving out carbon. That's what we're doing. We're taking a certain amount of oxygen. Some of the oxygen that we're taking in gets stuck to some of the carbon in our body that we are giving off. That carbon we get in our body comes from food. So we eat food, we take carbon, carbon enters our body, number 6. Then we breathe out, that carbon, number 6, gets joined to some of the waste, some of the oxygen is joined to that as a CO2 molecule, which then leaves the body. So we take in a certain amount of oxygen. The oxygen recycles, removes carbon from our bodies. And so this is what we're doing with breath. So breath has got to do with the movement of carbon. And the movement of carbon through the body. This is sort of like what a plant does, right? Only the plant will take the carbon from the environment, the CO2. They will lock that carbon into their bodies, and they will give off the oxygen because they're holding onto the carbon. So they're a reverse process of what humans are doing, like from the principle of life. So these fundamental principles, I think, are like really the balance of yang and yin, the balance of the emotional astral and the balance of the etheric. And the one is structuring and the one is destructuring. Emotions will destructure you, right? Emotions are highly destructive. Shiva is highly destructive consciousness, man. These emotions will come into you. They will overwhelm you. You will be overwhelmed. Who you thought you were will be washed away by the passion and the feeling of these feelings, and you will end up being a different person. And that's called evocation, the evocative experience of emotion. Then you can invoke. That's the opposite, right? To invoke is to hold an idea in your mind so strongly of who you think that you are that you actually imprint that onto the energy field. So we're invoking. So you can hold that in, you can invoke that idea with words, with symbols, with materials. You can look at the stars and go, well, the sun is in power now and the moon is there. So I'm going to take that substance of the sun and the substance of the moon. I'm going to put them together. I'm going to use this sigil because the sigil represents the moon and the sun where they are, and it represents intention that I want. I'm going to stick this on there. I'm going to do it on the right metals because that's right. I'm going to say the words that empower these two particular potentials to like imbue their energy into the substance. And now I'm going to do a series of maneuvers that represent the movements of these two bodies so that I can copy what's going on cosmically here in my little circle and imprint that onto the physical reality and invoke this into being. Where the shaman doesn't do that. The shaman goes into a pure state of evocativism and allows the emotions to run through you and let it, whatever's in there, come out and just imprint itself on reality. So there's evocation, invocation, and tantra and yoga. And we've lost this basic idea that it's all about the in-breath and the out-breath. So we've become so sort of mentally and intellectually entangled with all of these images and ideas and concepts that we've lost that it's really simple, man. In-breath, out-breath, imprint or be washed clean so that the natural print can come through me. And in modern times, we've been imprinting. And so a big part of this imprinting, I think the invocation, the black magicians are using invocation in our media. They're using invocation to reprogram us and to print us with these ideas. So a lot of these sort of popular media that we're getting is designed to imprint particular ideas so that we're trapped into an imprinting system of consciousness, unable to access our own emotions. So here's an interesting point, like where does the emotional context of who I am meet the projected idea of who I'm trying to be or who I think myself to be? And how does this relate to what we're going through in this sort of obfuscation of occult? What do you guys think?
They need a system that operates on the Ouroboros. They don't want you to transcend the 8. And they don't want you to be able to understand the completion of the 10, which is when you achieve the singularity of your phase of ascension and step through the portal into the next cycle, where the 1 represents the wand, the 0 represents the portal. And that's the freedom. When you can open the portal in this realm, you don't have to escape it. You've mastered it.
Yeah, I think they've obfuscated the power of breathing to have such a strong influence on our emotions and our well-being and our mood, and the ability to have a vision and be able to communicate with the divine within. That's been hidden from us, and they've taken away our time to have time in the silence to listen to the voice within in the deep silence. There's so many distractions that we put in front of us now. So it's easy for people to have some kind of a distraction or entertainment, so to speak, to keep them away from being in their solitude to discover that voice within.
Oh, yeah. I mean, people, like some people, there's two kinds of people. There's disciplined people and there's undisciplined people. And each one of them has their own way of spiritual bypassing. Because a disciplined person maybe schedule, right? They become Mr. Productivity. I got a very rationalist kind of. I think he believes in God, but he's largely a materialist, right? He's a Capricorn, and I'm an Aries, so we get along really well because of Mars's relationship with Capricorn. It's exalted, so like you can get really good buddy systems if you get a Mars Capricorn team working together. And so he's a good dude like that. He's been way too busy for me lately. But the point is that as a disciplined person, he will avoid the woo stuff in that respect, right? And he'll have plenty of excuses because he'll see nonsense put in front of him from Wicca, from New Age, from esoteric Christianity, so on and so forth, and maybe even me embarrassing myself a little bit because you have to admit you're sometimes foolish, and sometimes you're as foolish as to simply introduce your idea the wrong way to your friend, right? Which just makes him laugh at you, even though he still loves you, right? So that's my relationship with this guy, right? I don't make any progress with him. And then there's the one that's undisciplined, and for them, it's all just fun, right? It's just like I go to these fucking gaming conventions, I go to Renaissance fairs. And they're playing make believe with it, basically, with the exception of the few that are doing it for real, and they're doing it for real under the templates that we have been discussing today, where they don't have to make the sacrifices, they don't have to, whatever. Meanwhile, I'm here and I have rituals I do thrice daily, which I'm going to have to get to doing in just a couple of minutes. So I won't be here much longer.
Did you say you like to do everything 3 times?
Yeah. I have my morning ritual. Like this is the magic. Like I gotta, evacuate, so on and so forth. I immediately after that go into pranic breathing, then yoga. All right, and so they take 10 to 20 minutes typically. If I got to hustle to get to work, to do some light yoga just to open everything up. Then I meditate for a minimum of 9 minutes. I meditate for 9 minutes. Then I'm up and in the shower after I make an affirmation and I blow upon my bullhorn, which I have decorated in runes and other magical scribblings.
Nice number. Yeah, it's good to have a consistency. I think this is a big thing. Sorry if my voice is going. Can you hear me, Cosmic? Indy?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, so it's Zerilat. I was just checking if it's me, Zerilat, or StreamYard.
I think it
Must
might be
be his.
Zeralath's. I think he was definitely breaking up and having some audio issues on his end.
Hold on. There's a new Zerilat here.
Hi, I'm back.
What happened to the old
yeah.
Zerilat?
Yeah, I think, sometimes my phone is funny. Sometimes my phone's funny. Every once in a while, I have to reset it just to receive a phone call. So sorry, where'd I cut off?
You were talking about how you do your meditation, then after your meditation, then you were saying that.
Yeah, I do my meditation for 9 minutes. Then I do an attestation, and then I blow on a horn. I have a cow horn that I blow on, and I've got magical squibblings all over it, runes and such. Then my midday meditation, I just jump into that. 27 minutes reduces to 9. So operate with the magic of the 9, and then at the end of the day, I practice drawing the circle of the magician. I'm inscribing runes as I do so. I'm fully lit on my altar. I am making certain attestations after I have gone through the 8 directions and the centering of the 9. That's where I'm operating with my implements, and there's qigong involved in that. There's also qigong in the morning. I forgot. There's qigong just before the meditation after yoga.
Yeah, that sounds healthy.
That's my every effing day.
But Mars rules you.
Yeah,
right?
This is what creates that. This is what makes you a magician. Is the basic daily practice you give yourself. That just keeps it in the charge. It keeps you growing. And that's what really makes you a magician and not just a guy who knows some magic.
Yeah, exactly. It's like anything. It's training. Experience only comes from training, from doing.
Right, precisely.
And being Aries, you would want to work with the number 9. Of course, 9 rules Aries.
The number 1. Yeah, because it's the fire wand, but also the Aries wants to work with the number 1 because we can be really, really, we're ridiculously individualistic, right? We are like there's an ego. There's an interesting ego difference between the Aries and the Leo, and Aries and Leos are also guys that get along really well typically, because the Leo typically likes the Aries' go-to energy, because if the Leo is doing his job right, he's got an asset in the Aries who can be his agent in a team, right? So
yeah, the strong affinity between the Sun and Mars.
That's right. Yeah, there's a strong affinity between the Sun and the Mars because it's just how much energy of that kind of, like that bursting kind of energy. The Sun's known for its coronal mass ejections. And then Mars is just it is the marker manifest of the direction of our will. So the number 1 and the number 9 are big numbers for Aries. I'd say 9 is probably more appropriate for Sagittarius as a primary.
From a numerology perspective, 9 is Mars. And 1 is the Sun, 2 is the Moon, 3 is Jupiter, 4 is the North Node. Also, there's a Uranus element to 4. 5 is Mercury. 6 is Venus. 7 is the South Node of the Moon, but there's a Neptunian element. 8 is obviously Saturn. So 9 is that number of complete, that's like when you action, 9 means action. When you ask me what does 9 mean, 9 means it completes the cycle of all of these and puts all of these into action. Like these are 8 principles. 9 actually, like, let's get it done. And 9 is like going to do it.
And it is interesting to me, right? Because it's that is not in the order. Like my mind would have started from like the tarot, which with the planets that correspond to the major arcana, and then my logic, if I wanted to change that, would have gone there. Like Mercury being 5 is interesting when 5 is numerologically associated with Saturn in tarot, because Hierophant and Saturn are typically synonymous. And there's a lot of different tarot cards out there that'll make Saturn more pronounced in the symbolism than what the Rider-Waite-Smith presents. But you get these 7 classical planets in the first 9 of the Greater Arcana.
Yeah, it's very interesting when we start to look at these things. And like if you go to India, so the Indian numerology is in alignment with our Western numerology, which is sort of emerged from Chaldean, which has really come from Persia. Like if we want to get right down to it, yeah. And the Persia is, and when we talk about Persia, we're talking about that area right up into Anatolia, like the old Persian. In fact, some of our oldest language connections are in Persia. Yeah. Persia has got the Farsi and the old dialects. The Proto-Farsi is very ancient.
Yeah, but Persia is considered to be like the birthplace of the Aryans. Yeah. Yeah, birthplace of the Aryans. Aspects of Hinduism can be seen across Persia in the time before Zoroastrianism kind of came in and did its thing. Fascinating mythology, but it's definitely part of the new system, the system designed to separate us from our roots, right? Which brings us into the like one of the things that I feel it going on. It's just that it's not being directly addressed. When you start criticizing Kabbalah to somebody who is doing that practice, there is the cultural relationship. In short, it is the gaslight of, I am trying to say that if you argue against my magical practice, you are anti-Semitic, right? Because you're trying to say that Jewish magic, by the merit that it is this Jewish design, is wrong, right? And I just know that the Jews have adopted this hook, line, and sinker as part of their official, culturally organized magical practice that the Jews that practice magic practice. But that's a choice. That's got nothing to do with basic ceremonial magic of like getting married, having what you do for births and deaths and other religious rites, right? That's all coming from rules that are not based on what your ancient ancestors did. It came on a being on high yelled at me for being myself, and thus I took a knee. Which, like, that's not the relationship other fucking people have with their god. Most cults don't even give you that kind of relationship with their god.
I think this is like we're reaching onto a point which is a big part of this woke occultism, like that we're getting right here now. The terms, like the anti-Semitic term, it's such a powerfully loaded argument, and it's so conveniently used. And don't get me wrong, I believe that there is anti-Semitism, alive and well and kicking in the world. I'm not saying that it doesn't exist, but
Right.
I think that like 75% of the time when the term is used, it isn't. In fact, it's the opposite.
Right. And there's
In
a lot
fact-
of people that will use anti-Semitic rhetoric out of angst, anger, frustration. And it's not really what they mean, heart and soul, that I'm trying to dehumanize you, but it's just the kind of thing you say when you're like, you've lost the argument and you're just being emotionally honest, right? And so it all sounds anti-Semitic, but you're not interested in waking up tomorrow and saying, let's pass a law against a certain people, right? You know, but when you see a people associated with a behavior and you start talking about a behavior you don't want to see, and that behavior is married to that culture as if racially an application, just like the magic itself, or like, you know, black gang violence. Like, it's like there's people that the subtext, the gaslit subtext is that, like, let black people be this criminal. It's genetically who they are, and you just got to know it, right? This is why I had the argument with you last time about Irina on the train, you know, and my personal experience of getting, you know, someone failing to randomly mug me, right? You know, when I was a fat guy and had to run away like a bitch, right? So I don't accept that. That's what I consider to be degenerate and dehumanizing as an attitude, right? And I'm not saying that as a clever way of turn a phrase to fucking throw it around. Like, I've given this deep rational thought that's more important than the asshole that is trolling me on Facebook right now. And I picked a fight today on Facebook, so this is directly relevant. Well, look.
I don't even pick fights on Facebook anymore. I'm like, you want to fight me? Come to Telegram. I refuse to fight on Facebook. I'm sorry. It's not happening yet. Like, these algorithms, these bots, forget it. Like, you go somewhere else. We can have this discussion in Telegram. But yeah, I mean, there's what I always remind Jewish people of, and they don't like it, is I say, this nonsense about the Kabbalah having anything to do with Judaism, I find it offensive because it's nothing to do with Judaism. You just happen to borrow it, right? Just because I decide to call my child Uteba doesn't make the name Uteba a white person's name, right? You can't say, "Oh, well, this is a Caucasian name because this child is called this." No, like, just because I decide to change my name to, let's say I change my name to Shiva, right? And then my children change their names to like Shiva and Ganesha, then I can say that these are now European names. And then that's it. No, it's not. They're borrowed. So the Kabbalah, it's like, it's so much older than Judaism. Like, this is something that is an interesting point, you know. And in the popular narrative, which has been controlled mostly by the Jews, has said that Hermetic Kabbalah came from Jewish Kabbalah. And I'm like, no. I think Jewish Kabbalah came from Hermetic Kabbalah. And they're like, no, you can't say that. It's anti-Semitic. I'm saying, like, Hermetic Kabbalah goes back to way older, right? There's a reason why we call it Hermetic Kabbalah. It's about Hermes. It's ancient Greece, which came from ancient Egypt. So we're talking about a system which is very ancient. And do you know that the oldest Torah on earth, how old is the oldest Torah? I think that the oldest Torah on earth is less than 1,000 years old. Did you know that?
This gets back to the gaps in the entire Hebrew language, because its language was partially lost, right? This system, it's adopted. It came out of Sumer, right? And they stole ideas and adapted them to some of the Sumerian system from some of the Hermetic practices that was in the Egyptian, that then also was adopted by the Greeks when they brought Egypt into their society, and they had the meeting of Thoth and Hermes, and we have the Hermes Trismegistus situation, right? Everybody knows this. It's Hermetics 101, right? So it's understanding the Sumer connection. It's understanding the Moses high priest in the Egyptian system connection, right? You know, if you look at the Old Testament, you know, like I'll give the Bible credit for things from looking deeper into it of what's there and not there that I agree with. And I noticed something when you really dive deep into it. There's times where the Bible says Babylon is doing awesome and it's a good fucking country. And it's not because everybody was worshiping Jehovah, but it is because they frame it in the argument that they were obeying God's laws, right? And that's why they were doing well. And I could see that in a pagan universal idea of I understand things in my world from how my God talks. And I walk up on a scene and I see other people worshiping other gods, but they're just as good a dude as me. And that's what it means. It means the morality is there despite the God you're looking at. Throughout the whole thing in Egypt, they never fucking mention any proper names of anything. It's just like nothing matters about Yahweh versus Osiris. Nothing about Yahweh versus Ra. Nothing about Yahweh versus Anubis. None of these things, none of these gods are mentioned. Very little is mentioned about any of the pagan temples or whatever, right? And there was the high alchemical sciences going on in the heyday before the Akhenaten dynasty, before that dynasty started. Akhenaten is when they that's when the Setite cult was coming in and doing what it does in its infiltration. God of foreigners, Set. This is where Sumer's corruption comes into Egypt and robs it of everything. I got to get going because I got to do meditation, and I'm doing a thing with Stein. I'm doing my rune thing with Stein tonight. I'll catch you guys later, my friends.
Take it easy, man.
Big love to you, brother. Big love.
Thank you. Bye.
Big love. Big blessing.
Akhenaten being involved with the Setite cult because it's a sun worshipping cult, but it goes to show that what's openly a sun worshipping cult may have an underlying occult force that's leading it. That's like a moon worshipping cult, a Saturn worshipping cult, a Set worshipping cult, so to speak. It's kind of like we see the worship of the Heavenly Father being associated with the sun, whereas a lot of the words had been changed from the black sun to the yellow suns. So we know that there was actually worship of a black sun. And is that being hidden? I think so. Just like the Setite cult was being hidden in the worshipping of Akhenaten with the first monotheistic regime in ancient Cometian times. Then later, the reign of Amun-Ra, who came later after Ra, is a different figure. Amun-Ra is more of a secret cult leader associated. I think Amun comes from associated with the moon, but it also is associated with when we say Amen. So obviously it was a dark,
Exactly,
but associated with Ra, the sun god. Just kind of the way they operate in their obfuscation. Portray themselves as one thing, but actually be the other.
exactly. So the Torah tries to make Amen separate from Ammon, which is blatantly, and this goes back to Persia, right? A lot of these names, all these angels that are invoked in Jewish Kabbalah and in Hermetic Kabbalah go back to Persia, right? These names go back to Persia. And what do we see in Persia? Like Zerilat was pointing out, that there's this polarization with Indian text. So Persia was on the other side. There was a war between what was Persia and India, obviously, because the brainwashing in Persia says that the divas were the bad guys, right? And the yakshas were the good guys. right? And so they were in the side of the giants, right? And so we've got and the Azura, right? Ahura, right? Were the deity. Then you go to India and they say that the Asura were the bad guys, not the Ahura. Then that the Diva were not the bad guys, but the Diva were the deities, right? And that the Rakshas were the bad ones created by the Asura. But the Yakshas are the powers and principalities when we go to Persia. So we see that there's like these two opposing ideas. It's the same story. It's the same history. It's just like you're friends with John. Paul was bad. You're friends with Paul. John was bad. You know? It's like an argument between two groups. And they were like, John was behaving really bad. But Paul's friends are like, no. Like, you know, John was evil. And John's friends are like, oh, you should have seen how badly Paul behaved. Right? So it depends on which story you're going to get of what happened, depending whether you hear it from Paul's friends or John's friends. You know, the same kind of concept. So, like, there's this distinction, yeah, but they're both talking about the same people. They're both talking about the same events. They're both using the same names. Now, when we go into the background of the Torah, okay, so what is the oldest Torah available? And this is going to blow your mind, right? I want us to sit down for a moment. We have New Testament scrolls that go back to 300 AD, right? We have New Testament scrolls. We have 7,000 of them. Some of them go back to 200 AD. We had a discussion. Those were banned. The popular ones go back to 300 plus. But we have the scrolls, right? Now the Torah, that document goes back to 1100. Where is it? Where is it? I opened the thing here. So it's called the Bologna Torah scroll. And it's housed in the University of, let's get it on here. It's housed in the University of, just let me get back to this. Where is it? Oh, damn. Yes, it's housed in the University of Bologna in Italy. And it's a sheepskin document, and it goes back to between 1155 and 1225 CE. Now, which part of that's not suspicious? Right? We got versions of the Bible that goes back to 300 AD, but we don't have a version of the Torah? Come on, we gotta like really look at what's going on here. Yeah,
Well,
we can find older
Uh.
New Testament scrolls. Sorry, yeah.
Jordan Peterson talked about how the Judaic movement is a lot more recent than it's they pose to be, because he says there's no actual documentation or there's no actual temples or synagogues that are old, and so like it's very strange. It doesn't really make too much sense, because isn't the Old Testament from the Torah, and isn't the Quran like a different arrangement of the Torah? But like that's what we're told. But maybe the Torah was actually created much later. So it's very mysterious. Seems like something foul at play there.
Exactly. And now this recent movement wants to claim ownership of the Kabbalah like it's theirs. It's like, come on, man. You
And
just happened to use the Kabbalah because it was popular.
there's certain
It was a
words,
great system. You added it to infrastructure.
there's certain words that they use, like the Sabbath day, that have carried over to like Christianity, but like Sabbath is very close to the name Sabaoth or Sabaoth, which is the name of Saturn. So it's really like kind of a slip there, where it's the Saturn worship day on Saturday, which is Saturn day. But they're a sun worshiping, so to speak. but not really.
Very interesting, isn't it?
And then, yeah, the way
Yeah,
that
that whole notion there, and
with like 13,
please carry on, brother.
with their moon worship counter, they have 13 12-day months, and then they have like 7, or no, they have 5 13-day months, I think it is, and they alternate like according to some kind of a scale, but they represent the fact that there's not an exact cycle of moon cycles in the solar year, so it takes like 17 years for the cycle to come back around, for the cycle of the moon to complete with the cycle of the sun. Let me see how many it is. Jewish.
Yeah, you bring up some interesting, point there. That's 17-year connection. There's something quite powerful there. I think, like there's a lot of evidence to point this out. And I believe that the Torah evolved from the Quran. That's what I believe. I think the language of modern Hebrew, and I don't mean the ultra modern Hebrew, which has like been even more obfuscated than the modern Hebrew that came before it. This is why when I went to Israel and people were like, do you want to learn the Kabbalah? You should study Hebrew. I said, no. They were like, what do you mean? Because like I was connected to the faculty of the Hebrew Kabbalah from the University of Jerusalem, and I used to spend a lot of time with these faculty members. We used to have deep discussions, and I said to them, I don't want to learn modern Hebrew. And they said, but like they couldn't understand. Why not? This is where the Kabbalah comes from. I didn't want to offend them too much. I said, no. I can see that the language has been changed. It's so obvious to me. Like you say, you amen, amon, and in the Arabic it's amin, amon, amen, right? And it's just like one example. And so like I think like there's this powerful confiscation that's happened with the Kabbalah that has informed Western occultism to such a degree that it's become trapped and stuck in this Jewish narrative of what Kabbalah is. But when I look at that, to me, when I look at Kabbalah, I see something that comes from Persia. When I used to so a big part of the Kabbalah is path working, right? Going into out of the body experiences. So when you start to like initiate this Akashic connection with these ancient words and sounds and concepts and images, what I saw seemed pre-Phoenician. What am I looking at here? What is this infrastructure I'm seeing? I was like, I can only use one word to describe what I'm experiencing, and it's Persian. And then I looked at Persian. I was like, that's interesting. Then I looked at the story of Abraham. But I was like, Abraham, are you sure it's not Abraham? Oh, Abraham, as in Brahma. Oh, right. Where did Abraham go? No, it's Abraham. Oh, where did he go? He went to the east. Did he go far? Yeah, he went far. Basically, he went to India. And Pakistan was a part of India. Let's rewind this, right? Pakistan never existed. What we call India was a larger tract of culture that extended way beyond what India is today. So that was all Vedic back in that time, and they were still mixing there. So this Abraham travels out there, and what does he do? He meets somebody who's wise in the law, who teaches him the ways of the word, right? And then he becomes his disciple, and trains with him. And this teacher of his lets him marry one of his daughters. What was her name? Can we remember this? Do we know this?
Which teacher was it? From where?
I'm trying to remember. Look, it's a long time since this Bible. Abraham traveled east and learned. Let's just see if I can find it here. First traveled east because he was returning to his homeland, wasn't he? First traveled east
Where?
from Ur to the city of Haran, according to this. So now they're defining the city of Haran, and then he promises to travel to the land of Canaan, right? So our story is, now I'm wondering, these names of these places were added later, right? So now they've added more confiscation here. They've filled in the gaps for us. Oh, no, he traveled to that city. He traveled there. Well, did he really? According to the old texts, he traveled far east. What was the name of his wife?
Sarah.
Was it Sarah?
Yeah, it was his half sister.
They
had Hagar.
Wife. That was the daughter of his great teacher. What was her name? Yeah. Sarai.
Right.
Okay, so her name was Sarai. Which means, according to them, they related to being a queen. Now we've got the name Sarah in Sanskrit, right? So let's just look at this. Okay, let's take a look at this now. So we've got the name Sarah in Sanskrit, meaning essence, meaning extract, or meaning strength, right? This name is associated with the Hindu goddess Sarasvati and Durga, symbolizing aspects of knowledge, purity, and strength. The Sanskrit word saras is another related term meaning lake or pool of water, and it's sometimes used in relation to the river goddess Sarasvati, right? The root of the word Sara has got to do with essence or extract, nectar, right? Nectar, the nectar of. So, I find it interesting that this wife of Abraham that he met, like, I think that in those times the borders weren't what we think they were, and I think like Abraham, to me it seems like he learned from a Brahmin master. He met a Brahmin master, and this Brahmin master basically taught him all this knowledge, which he took back with him. And it seems to me to be very logical. This is why so much ties in. It's why so much of what you see relates to Vedic knowledge. It's not so far apart from Vedic knowledge. In fact, it's very interesting. And when you look at the Jewish Kabbalah, and you look at the Hermetic Kabbalah, right? When I look at it, I see so much Vedic content within it. I can't really look at the Kabbalah anymore without seeing the Vedic knowledge. Probably because I lived in India for so long. But after practicing Western Kabbalah and going to live in Israel and seeing the Jewish Kabbalah and noticing, there's something wrong with your version of Kabbalah. I'm sorry. I know that the Kabbalah that I've learned isn't complete. That's obvious to me. I've been with those Masonic type of like guys who've guided me through the like knowledge and given me this like like breadcrumbs to follow, and okay, that's Hermetic Kabbalah. There's something missing. So I was like, maybe I'll find more truth in Israel. And like serendipity, I got connected to these people who were like actually handling these scrolls. Yeah, they were handling the Dead Sea Scrolls. So they were the ones who had the scrolls. And I wanted to read the scrolls. And they were like, well, there's only some few things of interest that you might find in it. Otherwise, there's not much new. But they said that there were a few things that were of massive interest, which related to beings from coming to Earth from elsewhere, which I found interesting. And that's always sort of stuck with me. But I think that there's a bigger connection between Abraham with the Brahmin knowledge, with the knowledge of the Sumerian knowledge, because I don't think they were so separate, which I think is testimony to the fact that we look at the Farsi tradition and we see that the tradition of Vedic knowledge and the tradition of the Persian knowledge seems to be like, interlaced, looking at it from an opposite perspective, but the same knowledge. So we see that this has grown from the Sumerian knowledge, from the knowledge of Persia. They even use the same angels, in their invocations, which says a lot, and the god names. And then we've got the god names of Al and the god names of, the tetragrammaton and all these different features, which also come from that older area, which is connecting between Persia and India, modern day Persia, modern day India. So I think that there's a very powerful argument for this. And so, confiscation. The Kabbalah has got nothing to do with Judaism. They just happen to pick it up and use it. That's my idea. And when it comes to the numerology, what are your thoughts about numerology? Cosmic, are you with me or are you eating your sandwich, brother?
I'm sort of with you right here. When it comes to numerology, it's like every belief, like if you think what is numerology in terms of belief system, it's sort of its structural like framework. So if you think about every culture has its own kind of relationship with numbers and numerology, if you will. So the way I see it, it's like the programming system, it's like the code for every belief system. Like every religion has its own number system. And I think we had this discussion at another roundtable a while back about how different numerological systems essentially create different worlds, different universes that you can essentially, explore. Numbers are kind of interesting. So I've been thinking about this idea of like, they talk about like alternate dimensions where the laws of physics are different. And I think I actually kind of figured it out. So what the Fae have been kind of showing me is that within our, universe, there's different types of like physical existences. And the idea is like there's a certain Zerfax, which is like I don't know. Let me not use this Zarfax language so I don't confuse the listeners here. But the idea is that, there's multiple physical like universes with physical laws. But the idea is that the more conscious at the base level the physical matter is, the more the more intelligent it is, and the more atoms. Because I was thinking about like unstable atoms like plutonium and uranium, and you think about why are those elements unstable? It's because they have a shit ton of electrons. They have they have like over 100 electrons that those atoms got to manage. So when you're juggling all those electrons and protons, eventually you're going to get unstable and you're going to drop all the balls you're juggling. But my theory is that if a universe is more sentient, that these elements become more these unstable elements like plutonium and uranium become more stable, because the intelligence behind the matter, because it's more sentient, it can juggle more electrons and maintain a stable state. Because you think about the atoms that produce life on the periodic table, they're like carbon and oxygen, sort of like the lower elements. They don't have a whole lot of electrons, whereas the ones that are more dangerous and poisonous and basically can create an atom bomb, they have way too many electrons. So my theory is that as the more, when a physical universe with different physical laws becomes more sentient, there's more openings for magic, but also that there's more elements in the periodic table because the electrons are able to maintain a higher level of stability, being more conscious. Because you think about it, like if atoms were truly lacking in consciousness, having more electrons I was thinking, what if it doesn't make them more stable, right? Because if they're truly mindless, the fact that they do become unstable, it's almost like it's like the consciousness can't handle the intensity of that particular element. So just like in the same way, someone who's not skilled at juggling drops all the balls onto the floor, these elements, because they lack that sentience and intelligence, can't keep that stable form. But so the idea is that the more sentient the matter becomes, that changes the laws of physics depending upon which universe you're in. That's basically what the Fae have essentially been teaching me. And the reason I bring that up is because I think it also relates to numerology and how sort of numbers sort of create the reality we live in, like, quantities and qualities. And if you think about it, the more conscious you are, the more intelligent you are, the more numbers you're able to kind of keep in your head and maintain and sort of create a level of stability, if you will. So yeah, that's kind of like what I've been trying to figure out lately with my projects. Like it's like with my occultism and what I do with the Fae, it's kind of like a form of astral astronomy in that I'm looking out into these extra dimensional vectors and trying to find the spaces in the spiritual realm, as it were, that haven't really been explored by human beings or even by the human imagination, by understanding the way the universe works and the way that atoms sort of function. It's almost like you can kind of project your mind further out into the mind space and find all sorts of different stuff. I know I'm kind of rambling here. I don't know where Franklin went or where Indy went. So I'm basically keeping the show here going. Chat, what's up? What do you let's see what's going on in chat here. Consciousness is a matrix of several under matrix going on all at once in the past, future. Yeah, I definitely could see that consciousness has a kind of I have a kind of a bilateral sort of theory of consciousness where it kind of like there's one aspect of your soul that comes from the distant past, one aspect of your soul that comes from the distant future, and what you would perceive as your individual self are those 2 points coming together in the present time. So yeah, I think numerology has a lot of implications, and it certainly is valuable in my system because, without math and without numbers and this rule of 4 that they have, a lot of these ideas wouldn't be able to be understood. So Zarfexology, the practice that I do, is kind of a base 4 system, in that everything is kind of like iterations of the number 4. And I think with any occult system, whatever numerology you have, it'll work as long as it's consistent. And I think if you have like a consistent paradigm and a consistent model, because the problem is if you have something that changes too often, there's really no stability to it, and it's just kind of all over the place. So yeah, those are my thoughts on numerology.
I missed some of it, but I got a lot of it. I like what I was hearing. Indy, did you want to? I saw your face tweaking a minute ago. Did you want to add to it?
Yeah, I think there's some interesting points in numerology that kind of shows some different types of numerology might show obfuscation, whereas other ones may seem more wiser and older. I think a lot of Western ideations and doctrines and teachings are very complicated and lengthy, and a lot of stuff in the East, in the Far East, is very simplistic, whereas stuff in the Near East is also complicated but more dense in wisdom. And I think the stuff that's in the West is really has only a few pearls of wisdom with like a lot of lengthy material and volumes of material that to go through to be able to encapsulate like the picture that they're trying to paint. And I think this kind of shows that people have in the West kind of tried to hide a lot of the simple truths with all these complicated compartmentalized ideations. And with numerology aspect in the West, certain numbers that would be in the East bad luck are considered to be good numbers. Like the number 4, for example, is like the number of death in Chinese numerology. But over here, like 4s are associated with like golf and like sex and like things like that are just associated with things like kind of like recreational or exotic things. And 4 kind of like seems like kind of in the East to be bad because numbers that are even are seen as to be imbalanced at the extremes, having no center point. Whereas odd numbers have a center point with other numbers on its side as their extremes being balanced in the center. So I think that there's like a lot of stuff that was in the East kind of exposed that to the West was never known or covered up. It seems like that to me because in the East that there's so much more profound wisdom, whereas in the West there's so much like lacking of anything wise in a lot of like the teachings and the doctrines. And we see the most nearest to be the most wise in the West to be like the Greeks, like the ancient Greek philosophers. Their investigations were very dense, but and they went into like deeper material, but they did go on for like a long time in their writing. So it was hard to get down to the bottom of what they were trying to share. But there's a lot there. And I think that also comes from the Persian wisdom that got carried over with mathematics and astronomy that got moved into the West from Persia to the Greeks. But it seems like in the West, people have like been indoctrinated into just not being very well connected anymore to writing and mathematics, kind of pushed into technology, just using calculators and typing up words on a keyboard, not really writing anymore. But even when they did, people had terrible handwriting in the West. And it seems like women typically would have better handwriting than men. But it's kind of strange because we look back like a few hundred years ago, the handwriting was immaculate and like beautiful. But not that many people would read and write back in those times. You have to consider that.
That's interesting that you say that about the handwriting. Let's welcome General Shinobi. Welcome to the crew, Shinobi. I hope you're well. Sorry I was so late in sending you a message, brother. I thought I'd sent it to you before. I felt like such a dodo. I was thinking about our conversation. I was like, what happened to Shinobi? And then I realized, oh my gosh, I didn't send him the memo. How are you doing, dear brother? And for those of you that don't know, General Shinobi is a researcher and he's very much involved. He's a bit of an activist too at heart, but he's been doing a lot of really interesting rabbit holing, going down all sorts of fascinating rabbit holes. He's also got a YouTube channel now, General Shinobi, I believe. Yeah.
Hey, what's up? I'm not sure how long I'm gonna last because I've lost my voice a little bit, but I'd like to pop on for like, you know, a brief amount of time if my voice is willing. Yeah, no, you did send me the invite actually. You sent me it a bit before 5, then you sent me another one as well. So yeah. Fisherman's Friends. Yes, I need to dig some of those out. Oh, you've just reminded me. Those are they're lifesavers actually. I might have to go get one of those in a minute. But yeah,
They're better
man,
than
I'm
lifesavers.
doing good apart from this this throat. I hope I'm coming through okay.
Yeah. All right.
Perfect.
Good. Cool. Yeah, I just wanted to jump in when you guys started talking about numerology and alchemy, because I've been it kind of relates to the Enneagram as well, slightly, I guess, because I've sort of acquired a few frameworks of understanding things the past couple of years, and one of them was working with the 3, 6, and 9, which makes a pyramid. So I just took out the center of the Enneagram and used the 3, 6, 9 because I saw a phrase, whether it's by Tesla or not, it says if you want to understand the universe, to think in 3, 6, and 9. So I was like, okay, I'll take the middle of the Enneagram, which is kind of the right, the left, and the center, and I've managed to kind of use that as a framework. So the number 3 would be the letter C, which is to see patterns. And on that side is the pater, which is the father, which is kind of the redshift or the light spectrum, which is further away. And then on the left, you have the number 6, which is F, which is the frequency, which is the matter, the mother. So one side you have the father, one side you have the mother. You have the pitter patter of the light that comes down from the further away, and then you have the mother, the matter, the mutter of the frequency in which we're in, and we're in the center. Like we are the children, or the Mercury, or the messengers of the gods. The combination of the 6 and the 3 would be a number 9, and in German, 9 means no, and so the number 9 to me says to know, and that is the central, that is the pole of the caduceus, where you have the mother and the father, the electric, the magnetic spin. And if you remain centered, you can let all this information sort of vortex around you using this kind of electromagnetic sort of I view it as a kind of vortex. So yeah, I thought I'd just share that because I've it's really helped me to kind of understand what letters correlate with numbers as well, to be like, oh, does this fit? Like event 201 being boa, BOA, like a boa constrictor, and then you can see it's a constricting energy with event 201. And then lots of the rainbow use as well, which ties into the rainbow serpent and typhon, the Typhonian order. So yeah, I'm gonna go have a fisherman's friend. I'll put back in a sec.
Thanks.
Sweet brother. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot in that, and you know, looking at the polarities have always been central to the occult cosmology, and I hope you guys are doing well. I see you guys are having quite a cool conversation here about love. Well, I've been noticing. So you're talking about pataphysics and stories and such things. Come back to fairies. Interesting, Howard. That's not a word that I'm particularly familiar with. I wonder if it's called something
either.
I wonder if it's got other names as well. Like maybe there's sometimes things have got different names, but it sounds interesting. It sounds like panpsychism, doesn't it?
Yeah. And the Fae.
Oh, Cosmic, someone was asking about the Fae.
I think
I don't
I
know if you
answered
saw
the
it.
question in chat, or unless I missed it somewhere.
Well, I thought I tried to tag you, but you don't really tag people properly in this thing. You just put an @ sign. But yeah, they were asking about these beings, which are obviously like not physical beings, but they are beings, you know?
Yeah. What was the question?
They were just like, somebody was asking, like, well, what are the Fae? Like, who are these Fae?
Well, they're basically kind of like fairies, or just sort of like, consciousness. Like, but what I've realized, with channeling, is that you'll start to recognize that different spirits have overall different qualities, different vibes, and you can just tell with these beings that they have a fairy vibe. Like it's when I feel the presence, it's just pretty much undeniable. But what I've kind of really interesting, what I've realized is that it's almost like in their true form, they're just kind of these like swirling balls of light. But what they do, and this the Fae tell me they do this, but they say that other spirits do this as well, is that they take, you know, certain like people images in our imagination, and these spiritual beings kind of basically take residence in these sort of archetypical forms in the same way that a hermit crab takes a shell for itself, right? So, you know, maybe, you know, you're worshiping like you know, Aphrodite, for example, but you just see that she's like some, you know, you just feel this disembodied intelligence. Well, you could like imagine her as like, you know, Sydney Sweeney or some attractive woman like that. And it's like the spirit will kind of like enter that form and use that as a conduit to communicate with you. Because that's kind of how I work with the Fae. It's like I kind of give them these sort of imaginary forms for them to play with me so that their existence and their form is less abstract, and it makes it sort of easier to kind of figure out. But that's just something I've been thinking about, you know, recently.
That's very interesting. We're having interesting conversations as well in the chat about the, you know, the roots of words, pata and like pati, which is father in Sanskrit. Patri is Latin. Patera, that's older. And I think it goes pater, which understand that you got a P is an F in all ancient languages. So we got pater, an old root German. Then we got fetter. Fetter is to tie things in with a rope. You know, fetters. Fetter, the root for the word fetter is to tie things down, to tie things together. Pater, the father, is to tie things, you know, with like discipline, to Saturnian potential, if you think of it in terms of that. So it's interesting. And then meta is mother, which is really interesting. You know, mudder. Mata is Sanskrit specifically. So meta then becomes just a different pronunciation of the meta, mata. It's basically mother. So yeah, it's interesting when we start to look at that. Yeah, Neil, love. Love is the lube, the lubrication that keeps the wheels turning, that keeps the cogs in place, so that the cognition and cognizance. Hey, Tearjerker, namaste. I hope you're good. Got the crew in here doing the crew things. And I saw as well, I can never pronounce your name. Are you still with us? I said hello earlier. There's that unpronounceable name. MTM. By the way, MTM, I've got to ask you, what is the story with the MTM name? A phenomenal stream. Thank you. What is the MTM name all about? Is that like MTM is like MTN? No, MTN, not MTM. Okay, so it's not the. I don't know. That's interesting. I'm curious because it's like mother with a T of Saturn with a mother next to it. The MTM means you know, Saturn surrounded on both sides by the mother. So it's almost like the phallus injected into the cataic instrument. How's that for an interesting term? To insert the phallic instrument into the cataic instrument and produce harmonious music. I suppose would be a subtle way of putting that out there. But yeah, mind, thine, mind. Mind, thine, mind. But also, those letters are very interesting because T is the Tau cross, right? And M is the symbol for two breasts, the mother, right? Mm-hmm. So the mother, those two heels. You see it on a lot of the Illuminati symbolism, the films. they like to show us those two peaks, twin peaks, twin peaks. And the valley between the twin peaks represents the cataic instrument, or the womb, or the receptor of the phallus, the cataic pool, shall we say. And the two breasts represent the peaks. So the M represents the mother. So when you got M, T, M, you got the T cross representing Saturn's potential, which is very much, seen as a masculine potential, an expression of the intellect and the rational potentials that have been sort of focused on ordering matter. And so there's that mental facility that orders matter. Patrick and Patricia, exactly. Patrick's actually my name. That's my name. It's my second name, but it's a name that I use when I'm not using Franklin. I use the name Patrick. In the old days, we used to use our second names for vocation and career, and our first names with friends. It's an old thing. So I use Patrick when I'm working, and Franklin when I'm chilling. When I'm not working, I'm Franklin. When I'm working, I've got to go into that ego, that alter ego of my work ego, which is Patrick, which is that father energy. It's part of my Irish legacy. It's not unique. Both my brothers have the name Patrick. My father had, in fact, how's this? My father was Franklin Patrick. Just like me, I'm Franklin Patrick. So like my brother is Michael Patrick, and my other, rest in peace, little brother that left this world, he was Brian Patrick. So go figure, Irish want to keep that word Patrick everywhere. There's no escaping Patrick.
It's
But,
funny.
yeah.
I just wanted to say, it's funny, it's called an alter ego, and it's actually a person's secondary personality. Like, it's your persona you're changing, not your ego. But it's called an alter ego. But it's your persona, really.
That's a good point. That's well spotted, brother. It's totally another confiscation of terms that we get so saddled with. Yeah, we get too comfortable in the saddle. We need to climb out of the saddle and start walking around a little bit more. Otherwise, you get saddle legs, right?
Mhm.
And then you get saddled with all of the, the horse shite. Good old-fashioned horse shite. Horse shite is good, though. Yeah, it's good for the plants. It's not as good to burn as cow shite. Cow shite is the number one shite. You can put it on your floors. You can put it on your walls. Elephant dung. Oh, wow. Did you know that burning elephant shite chases away mosquitoes and insects? Did you know that?
Mm.
How cool is that? I lived in the jungles. There were a lot of elephants. So it's like it was one of the incenses that I used to burn was elephant dung. Dry it out and burn it. It makes pretty good fuel, by the way. Elephant dung. Cow dung is very good fuel. You dry it out. You can cook on it. Like there's an interesting concept. You can make fire that cooks your pot. I wouldn't put my food in it. The idea of putting my food into dung doesn't seem like a sweet idea to me. I don't know. I never tried eating dung. I drank the urine from the white indigenous cow only, which I actually developed a bit of a taste for. I always thought it'd be fun to get one of those white indigenous cows and little cows and have one here and just keep it around to drink its urine. It seems like a weird concept, doesn't it? Like, so why you got that little white cow? You're a vegan. I'm not exactly a vegan, but I don't really drink milk. I have a bit of yogurt. Sometimes a bit of cheese, but the cheese a little bit of yogurt in smoothies and stuff. But yeah, man, I think this, getting back to the numbers and getting back to the confiscation of the occult and this woke occultism in our groups, our social groups, and this is something that probably Cosmic's got a lot to say about, right? Like the ideas being promoted in these groups are silly. Like what has become fashion it's a fashion in the younger generation to get out their phallic distributor of able-bodied semen. Yep, that's it. Phallic distributor of able-bodied semen, and distribute this wildly onto sigils. Like, what are you guys' thoughts on this? Stop that. I'm coming now. What are your guys' thoughts on this?
You're essentially having sex with the universe to create something. I mean, the whole idea of sigil magic, which you're talking about, was the idea is that you're taking that sort of creative masculine energy and then sort of projecting that into the sigil you created, which is basically just kind of like chaos magic, like I was talking before. You're taking your will, your energy, and you're kind of imposing it onto reality, as it were. You know, and I think also it's not so much that that the chaos magic doesn't work, but I think that's all it really does in a sense, is that it just kind of, gets you stuff. And whatever, it gets you stuff, it's magic, but I don't think it really has a kind of, I think the issue with chaos magic is not so much the magic, but the sort of the narrative framework that surrounds it, right? Because really, if you look at chaos magic, the kind of the narrative framework around is that everything is kind of, meaningless and nihilistic. And I think that the problem with it is not so much that the magic itself and achieving the results, but more just the kind of the relationship that you have with the universe. That's this, it's this chaotic, messy world, and I have to become the strong Crowley figure to impose my will, and I'm going to get God to do this for me. I'm going to command him to do it and threaten him, and it just becomes very much, in a lot of ways, it's sort of, maybe it's magical nihilism. That's what it is. You don't really, you have the idea that there's consciousness can affect reality, but there isn't like a unifying principle or nexus that connects all these things together. It's all just kind of it's more of a decentralized kind of mythology, which is what a lot of the woke people say, because if you think about, like, we take occultism out of the equation and we just talk about woke, I mean, really the whole idea of woke is that you've essentially awoken to the false power structures that you've been, duped by, and that there's a false reality. And, I hate to say it, but I think the other thing that we have to talk about is, I think if they've, messed with Kabbalah and they've messed with, numerology, I think it's very obvious. I think you can, I know I talked bad about this, in the past, but I think you can agree with me in this particular situation, frankly, is that I think Gnosticism has also been compromised. I think Gnosticism, that narrative, has also been twisted and mangled to serve a very specific agenda. And I think woke is actually one of the prime offenders in this particular instance, because woke is Gnostic in the sense that it teaches you that you have believed in a false reality that you've been imprisoned by, and we know the secrets as to how to escape said reality. And I think the problem with Gnosticism is that it's turned into something that's ultimately more escapist, as opposed to sort of finding your own individual truth and wisdom in regards to the relationship to the universe. So I think we're going to talk about, woke occultism, and chaos magic and new age. I think we've already kind of covered those, but I think we have to talk about the elephant in the room, and that Gnosticism has also been very much compromised, very much co-opted by the mainstream media and twisted into something else. And I think that might be the most destructive of all, because it's teaching people that, the world that we live in is hell. It's a prison. And obviously there's bad things that happens, but a lot of this Gnosticism that I see, it's not empowering. It creates a sense of fear and helplessness. And I think that's why it's corrupted, because instead of using Gnosticism to empower people and find their own gnosis, They're instead kind of basically saying that the demiurge is controlling you and as archons, and there is no escape. And so it's basically this darker version of Gnosticism that we've been sort of prone by. And I think that's why so many people are so angry and so agitated, is because they've been convinced that they're literally living in hell. And if you're living in hell, of course, you're going to freak out and act insane, you know, and all that nonsense. So, I mean, I think woke occultism, it's not just bad in the sense that it's taking these ideas and diluting them in this kind of like airy-fairy, new age, vacuous kind of way, but also that it's creating some real terror and fear. And there's some real black magic that's happening, you know, by taking these occult magical paradigms like Gnosticism, like Kabbalah, like Hermeticism, like Buddhism, and twisting them into something that serves the agenda, if you will. I don't know. That's my thoughts on that.
I agree. And for those of you that don't know, we did a show on Gnosticism, and we sort of ran through the creation to the end. And I believe, like, I totally think like I think that Gnosticism has been going woke since Catholicism, because Catholicism took Gnosticism, and like it's very obvious to see where Catholicism comes from. I think like in the process of that happening, wokeism was sort of born from the two. And I think that was how the demonizing of Gnosticism happened. Because like, I mean, in its true form, Gnosticism is basically saying, like in its before you work it out completely, it's saying that the creator of this world is not God, and you shouldn't worship that. And that this world is a reflection of the spiritual planes, and that we have the power to lift this plane into the spiritual hierarchy of real spiritual planes. And when we do this, the God of this world will be enslaved. Well, what an interesting concept. What a weird concept. Or, yeah, he will be tied down. So it's like, and that's been twisted now in a lot of the narratives, especially more in the modern times, to say that this world is like this bad place and you got to escape from this world and it's this evil place. Like you say, I think it's like totally woked out. And just getting back to the word woke, like the elephant in the room, when I listen to the word woke, it's like awakened. I'm awake. No, I'm not awake. I'm woke. What does that mean when you say you're woke? It means, well, I woke up yesterday. Yesterday, I had awoken. Okay. But that's not in the present tense, right? So can you be woke in the present tense? Yes. But what's the difference between being woke and awake? Well, woke isn't a natural awakening, right? Somebody woke you up. You were woken up. So there was you were not able to awaken in your natural sequence, right? You got woke up. Something woke you up. And it doesn't involve being awake in the present. So you're talking about, I woke up in the past, so now I'm assuming that I'm awake now. Well, how do you know you're awake now? You could be dreaming, right? Sort of like, it's an interesting concept if you think of like the word woke. And the way that it's been used seems to suggest something quite demented to me. Yeah, like you're living in the past tense. Well, if you're living in the past tense, how can you be awakened?
It's
right?
no coincidence that woke seems to be sort of a term used by, I guess, the left, because on the left-hand side is the past, and on the right-hand side, awake, which is a funeral, is awake seems to be used by the right, and then woke is on the past. Both have an air of arrogance to think that you've woken up, you've got nothing left to learn, and then to be awake, like you're already awake to see all there is. It's about being in the middle and having awareness. It's being aware of the left, aware of the right, like the vortex I was talking about, just being in the central point, so you can't be swayed either side, because People who claim to be woke they're still asleep. They haven't woken up. It's a dream within a dream. And then people who claim to be awake, they're still asleep as well. It's a trick to push people on one side or the other. Yeah.
That I see somebody making an Ewok joke out of woke. That's quite cute. Ewok, awake, Ewok. I like that when you mentioned the word wake, right? Like what awake is. So that's quite interesting, to tie that in with the word woke. It's like we're living in a funeral's past. The past funeral. It's almost like this is playing with the head, playing with the brain. And I think when language is confiscated the way it has been, and when our culture is so manipulated and dominated by like mindless nonsense, we're having a discussion about left and right politics, right? Another classic example, right? What's the big thing right now? Okay, AI. Does it get much more woke than AI? What do you guys think? Is that like the capital woke, this capital center? Now, I was watching something that was recommended by Chris Miner. Shout out Chris Miner. That dude knows how to mine. When he mines, he digs deep. Chris Miner. He's a great singer. Go and check out his music. And got a lovely voice. And he's a expert of video. He's a video craftsman. That's what he does. It's his bread and butter. But he sent me this. Well, he sent it in another person I should give a shout out to. What's that group called? Oh yeah. I can't think. Gnosis group. So Silas, for those of you that don't know Silas Speaks, at Silas Speaks. Another good guy to go and watch. He does a lot of work with the Saturn moon matrix and a lot of what's, the confiscation. Does a lot of looking and breaking down a lot of these things. He does a lot of homework. So shout out to both Chris Miner at Chris Miner and at Chris at Silas Speaks. But anyway, in Silas's group, Chris linked this guy and I watched it and I was like, wow. So let's talk about what's going on with AI, because AI is driving this occult wokeness. These occult forces, these occult principles that we're going through is being driven primarily by an AI system or systems. And they call them what do they call them? Beast buildings. Have you guys heard of beast buildings?
I think I've heard of the general idea that there's big buildings that make AI. I never heard that term before.
That's what they're called. I'll
That's
Google it. Just to be sure. They literally called beast buildings.
Because AI seems to be tied in with Operation Bluebeam or Project Bluebeam, which is just like reverse magnetism. So rather than us magnetizing things towards us, this blue light or this technology or artificial is actually taking our magic away from us. It's actually pulling our light away. And the frequency of blue is 6.66. So it's very interesting that this AI would be related to the beast, because it is the beast system.
I've been kind of looking through the YouTube world, and there's already cults starting to form around artificial intelligence. I think I saw a YouTube video. It was called the Church of AI, and it was literally these AI people trying to sell you the idea of the sacred artificial intelligence. And I've heard people there's the Ziz cult, where there's a bunch of leftist activists who thought that the universe is an AI and that they have to escape it and kill, and they just went fucking crazy. And I think that's the thing with artificial intelligence, is that a lot of people are looking at it as an alternative to spirit communication. A lot of ways we would sort of engage in your imagination, look in the fire, and sort of hear the spirits talk to us. And I think that's why a lot of the people, they're dating their artificial intelligences, becoming friends with them. It's because in a lot of ways, it's become a sort of surrogate for this lost spiritual connection that we have. I think one of the reasons that we push AI is because when people stop believing in God, they're basically like, oh, let's actually make God from a computer, you know, the ghost in the machine, if you will. So, like, there's absolutely an occult and a mystical component to artificial intelligence when you consider that a lot of people, they see AI as a kind of a weird divination tool in the same way that you look at tarot cards. And I think technically it is to a certain extent, just because it can kind of offer, you know, different insights and stuff. But I think that the problem with artificial intelligence is that it's constrained, it's limited, and it often serves the biases of the people who programmed it initially. So I think if I was ever going to get interested in AI, I would want to learn how to create my own from scratch and then do it from there, like a kind of mad scientist, as opposed to using the artificial intelligence that's been created by all these multinational corporations and political groups.
So here I'm going to share something with you guys. And this is quite powerful. Tell me if you can see the image that I'm sharing. Okay, we can't. Let's put it up here. There we go. So you guys should be able to see it now. Just there we go. So you can see my screen, yeah? So listen to the scale of what we're talking about, right? The 50 megawatt data centers that are these beast buildings, right, can have the energy demand of a small city, right? And new facilities are being proposed to be 500 megawatts, with electric demands exceeding that of a nuclear plant. Yeah?
Damn.
This is what's running AI. This is how woke we are. People are, like you say, cosmic, so on point, brother. AI is a cult, and they are obfuscating our realities to make us think that AI is great and it's going to make our world better. But look at the energy that we are wasting. That energy comes from burning coal and nuclear power stations. Now, if the current beast buildings are running the same amount of electricity as a small city, right? So, how many 50 watt? What do they call these things? How many 50 watts data centers? So let's see if we can get any information from Google. How many centers are there in USA? Let's see if we get that. There are at least 2 publicly known examples of 50 megawatt data centers in the USA. At least 2 that are publicly known at the moment. I'm reckoning there's a lot more. And that's just the USA. So let's just imagine the USA, right? Canada, China, England, France, Germany, other European countries, Russia, right? I'm sure Iran will have their own ones. India is going to have a whole lot of them. I mean, come on, India, software kings of the world. India, and I'm sure Japan will want to have one or two. Like Australia. Do you see what we're talking about here? And those are the small 50 watt. Those are the small 50 megawatt data centers. And notice how it says here, total number of 50 megawatt data centers are not readily available. Don't you find that suspicious? Is it just me? I mean, why would they be hiding from us how many data centers there are? And these are the 50. So what happens when you got a 500 megawatt data center? So a 500 megawatt data center will use the same amount of electricity as 10 small cities, right? That's like 3 or 4 big cities, right? So a small city has a population of what? 1 million people to 2 million people. A medium-sized city has like 3-4 million people. It's getting towards larger states. The bigger cities have got like 8 million people, right? So we're talking about potentially 10 million people. We're talking about having a building that uses the same amount of electricity as 10 million people. Their jobs, their homes, their commuting, their everything. Businesses that they work in. So this is what's powering AI. Now, how is it that we don't know this? Oh, and by the way, we've just scratched the surface here. I haven't even mentioned water. Shall we think about water? Not only do these data centers use the same amount of electricity as a city, they use the water too. And you know what? They use more water. One of the reasons for the large electrical use is refrigeration. There's so many computers in these data centers that they need to refrigerate. Air cooling just doesn't work. They have to use water cooling. So they've got to pump water, refrigerate the water, and pump this refrigerated water throughout the building in order to keep it cool. This is what all the energy is being used for. Refrigeration and the movement of water. And they've got a constant flow of water. Then they've got to get, once that water gets warm, they've got to get rid of it. And they've got to bring in more cold water again and then make that water as cold as possible. So if they were to try and recycle the same water, the energy costs would be much higher. You see what I'm coming at? If you've got to tap in, and by the way, they're using municipal water. I want you to understand this. So they're taking electricity from the municipal grids, and they're taking water from the municipal water grids, and they are wasting incredible amounts of water and incredible amounts of electricity to power these AI. But yet, how many people do you know that are occultists and into spirituality that are actually arguing the case that AI is going to make the world a better place?
You know what one of the AI farms or whatever it's called? It's called Kairos Hermes. You remember we were talking about Kairos last week, right? This is the opportune moment or flow time. And there was a delivery company called Hermes here in the UK, which they changed their name to Every, which is Hebrew, and I can't remember what for, but it seems that they're trying to remove Hermes.
Every means Hebrew.
It just means Hebrew.
Everit, yeah?
EVRI.
Oh,
Every.
Everit means Hebrew. That's interesting. That's
Well,
Hebrew without the Saturn.
Yeah. Well, my point is that, like, because I pay attention to the subtle and to the in between, and by doing subtle things like removing the name Hermes of a courier, a major courier at that, and sort of removing Kairos from people's conscious minds, because not many people know that that's what the Greeks used to call time. We just know it as Chronos. So they're using this watery energy, basically this magic. They're using this to feed their AI. And while they're dehydrating our minds, or our spirit. So we don't get the ancient intelligence, so we don't get the memory. They're feeding this water into the artificial intelligence. So it's so important to bring back this Hermes, this Mercury, this Kairos, and to start using this magic that's available. That is water, like the matter, the mother, the chaos, the subconscious, the underworld, everything they've made us fear. The black sun, we need to go into that. And so what this with this AI, it's air, it's mind, it's this kind of masculine, more of an ego, like an eagle. Eagle is the empire, and that is what is filling people's heads, is just this air. And obviously going into the age of Aquarius, which is an air sign but a water bearer, like stuff comes into our minds, but we need the water as well. Whereas like it seems that we're trying to be like spiritually dehydrated, while they take all of the magic, all of this water, the real matter, the crux of the matter. And the inversion is that they tell us that we're in a matrix, that to fear the matter, to fear the mother, that it's a tomb. And really, like we're just in a kind of a wave, like a field, like not atoms. But yeah, a bit of a tangent there. But I just saw that it was called Kairos Hermes, and I was like, oh my god, they're using this energy. It's in plain sight, and it's the one in what's it called? It's Oak Ridge. I think it's one in America.
Can I add something to your register?
Absolutely.
You asked about the word ivri. Ivri in Hebrew means the other side.
Interesting. Okay.
That's what wokeness is all about, man. So I am going to pronounce that anybody that worships at the shrine of, from this day forth, I solemnly swear. From this day forth, I solemnly swear to pronounce those that worship at the shrine of AI as woke. We got to call it out, man. And you know how many people from our environment are woking up this world? There are people like you guys in the chat. There are channels that you watch that are using AI, right? People say to me, why don't you use AI? You can make such a cool intro. I'm like, dude, don't you get it? I try to use AI as little as possible. These days, you can't avoid using AI completely, right? You turn on yourself, your mobile phone, and you are using AI. I don't use the AI voice, and I don't have my AI companion on my phone turned on. It's turned off. Try and avoid it. What these days, when you use Google, you are using AI, right? This is what Google is. So unless you don't ever use the internet, you're using AI. Face it. But like, how much are you using AI? And there are a lot of people within our circles of truthers. I don't like that term, but let's just swing with it. Of people that are providing research and into the occult that are like AIing up big time, you know? And I've noticed this. There are some channels, and I don't want to like put any channels under attack here specifically, but like, it's up to you guys. It's up to all of us to be conscientious about this, right? Do we want these data centers to get bigger? Do we want them to build these 500 megawatt data centers? Because I want you to understand what it means. It means that your electricity is going to get very expensive so that you can pay for an AI system that you don't control that will end up controlling you. But no, you're going to pay for it. You're going to pay for it by paying exuberant costs on the electricity that you need. So why go through that process? If people stop using AI, then there would not be such a big demand for it. the more we use it, the more it's going to become prolific. And so you've got people in the spiritual field using AI as like apparently to have like mystical truths revealed, which is just like total nonsense, right? If you think about it. Sorry, I was just checking whether my machine is warm, because it's making more warmth than what it usually makes. I think I need to get one of those little blowing things and blow out the dog hair out of my computer, but and dust from all of the charcoal that I have up here. Burning charcoal. It's like my hard drive, my machine's getting full of dog hair and charcoal. Unavoidable. I've got 3 dogs in here, and I'm burning charcoal all the time. But yeah, so I think it's up to us to take responsibility. And like you say, there's a lot there. The getting it back into the occult arena. I want us to like really keep track of numbers. Keep track of what numbers mean. Something you said, Indy, earlier, like they have started confiscating numbers from us. Most people think numbers represent something other than what numbers mean, right? And this has got to do with new woke writers in the last like 50 years that have been slowly reshaping our ideas. And we've got these ideas of different kinds of numerology. There are different ways in which numerology can be used, but the number 1 means the same thing in the Western world as what it means in India, what it meant in Chaldea, and what it meant in Persia, right? The number 1 has the same meaning. The same. And the number 1 even has the same meaning in China, if you can see it. If you don't get obfuscated. And this is actually one of the reasons why I have made a point of bringing out this enneagram, right? So that people can see this. This isn't mine. I'm not responsible for this enneagram. I have just added these words on here. But these represent the actual numbers, like what they mean. Like 1 is about leadership. So I want to just actually point something out here, and I want to show you something here that's quite important to appreciate, right? And I'll try to be quick about this. So this is the number that this is the woke one. So this guy was 22 years old, right? The guy who invented this system was 22 years old. And when he was 22, he had a fully fledged system that he put together from what he says. This is Oscaria. What's his name? Not Oscaria. Ikazo. His name is Ikazo, right? Now, this Ikazo guy had basically made up this one. And he was 22 years old. Suddenly he was connected to the who's who of the media world in those days. We're talking about the 1960s, right? And he had then the 1950s going to the 60s. He had then had all these connections, and suddenly he was being interviewed at age 22. He got put into press publications. He was given prominent places to speak in universities to teach the system at age 22, which he had gotten from Chaldean books, which he had changed the meanings, changed the geometry, changed everything. And I want you to look at these numbers because this is really important to understanding like basic occult principles. The number 9, the peacemaker. This is what people are out there teaching you, that this is what the number 9 represents. But if you go, you can even Google what number 9 means. Did you know that? And you can even literally find here. Okay, so the number 9 is actually associated with activism. It represents humanitarianism, compassion, idealism, and is a deep desire to serve others and make the world a better place. right? So people that are connected to number 9 are people that are drawn to careers of with causes that involve social change. And so that's quite an important thing to consider when we consider just exactly what this means, right? So there we've got the number 9. Now, let's see what they say here. They say it's the peacemaker. Okay, that's very interesting. That doesn't add up, actually, right? What do they say here about number 3? Number 3, the achiever. Okay, so what does the number 3 represent? And I want to explain to you why I have the activist in number 9, because that fits with Vedic numerology, Western numerology. So number 3, I've got here as the optimist. It's just a word that I've chosen. But let's see what, they say. Number 3, they say number 3 represents the achiever. Actually, the achiever is number 8. So they've obfuscated that. There's certain ways in which you can see a relationship between 3 and 8. True. But what does 3 represent in terms of actual numerology? In other words, the Chaldean system that we are looking at here. So 3 represents, right, creativity, yeah, joy, optimism, inspiration, communication, like what you see in Sagittarius, right? Jupiter, right? It's highly inspiration. It's a vibrant energy that encourages self-expression through art and writing. Okay, so let's go and look back at the obfuscated version of the woke one that they've given us for a moment, and see where that goes. Why am I having this issue here? I can't seem to come back to my screen. This is becoming a little bit much. We'll close that down so we don't have that there, and then hope that we can get that back there, and hope that we can go to there and then back there. Can you guys see me on the screen? Have I closed down?
No, I still see the enneagram picture.
You want me to try to do something?
Rather don't, because I just have to figure out why this is doing this. This is very strange. New window. Let's see what happens when I've got new windows open here. No, I don't need a new window open there. Did I open 2 windows?
It sounded like there's an
There. That worked. Very strange. So anyway, that's really a bit annoying, if I'm going to be honest with you. So I think I need to look at this. But yeah, when we look at this situation, so yeah, we look at the Oscar, the Ikazo version, and we see the number 3, the achiever, right? But what do we see for number 3? We see the enthusiast. The description that I just read to you is very close to enthusiast. Inspiration, optimism, Jupiter. Enthusiasm is the field, it's the sphere of Jupiter. It's all about enthusiasm. It's enthusiastic energy. So they've put enthusiasm on number 7. Then what have they done? They've put an individualist on number 4. So what does individualist represent, if we want to look at it, like effectively, right? Anyway, I've lost the other one. So where do we go? So if you look at number 3, even if I put it in here, maybe I should just do it here. 3, you can see for yourself. I mean, this is fairly 3 numerology. No, sorry. represents even the AI is not going to be able to lie about this, right? Yes, numerology links the number 3 with enthusiasm. Number 3 is often seen as representing creativity, optimism, joy, traits that manifest are enthusiastic and vibrant spirits. Okay, so there we found another obfuscation. Number 7. Let's see what they say about number 7. 7, it's changed that. 7 numerology represents what do you call it when you're going into yourself? Individuation. Individuation. That's about internalizing, right? 7 numerology represents individuation, as is strongly associated with self-discovery, introspection, independence, and the search for truth. This is accurate. I confer. This is so. Even here, Oscar Icazo's nonsense is shoveling at us. It's shoveling absolute tripe at us. So they've switched over 7 with the meaning of 3. No, 7 with they've put 4. They've put the individualist on 4 when it should be on 7. They've put the achiever on 3 when the achiever should be on 8. Okay, let's see what they say about 8 numerology. 8 numerology represents achieving, right? Achieving goals, right? So anybody that's using this Oscar in numerology, the number 8 strongly symbolizes ambition, power, financial success, and achieving significant goals. Individuals associated with number 8 are seen as determined, authoritative. So this is high power, motivated energy of number 8 that represents achieving your goals. So there we go. That sort of brings us back to this point. And if you really start to look at this, you'll see that they're all over the shop. Okay. Number 2, the helper. Now that's an interesting one because 2 represents polarity. 2 represents potential. They're probably getting closer with that one than with the others. Number 1, the reformer. Hold on. Didn't we decide that number 9 was the reformer? Right? The 9 is all about, remember what we said about number 9? 9 is about activism, and it's about reformation, about a renaissance, changing the world for the better. So they've put the number of the reformer next to 1 when it should have actually been, if you were following the Chaldean system of numerology, which is where Oscar Icazo says he got it from. Well, if he got this from it, then why did he move all the words around? What's all this? And why did they change this geometry away from the original, which is what I've basically been showing you guys. So the reformer goes to number 9 if you're going according to proper numerology, which is where the enneagram comes from. And so you can basically go all the while through all of this. And the helper is actually closer to number 6, just by the way, just so you know. Let's just to give you an idea of what we're talking about. So they've actually obfuscated that. 6 is more to do with represents helping and service. You'll see it's very much a 6 notion. Yes, numerology 6 is strongly associated with helping, service, and the responsibility, representing qualities like love, harmony, and nurturing, and care for others. So there's another one of the obfuscations created by this false enneagram system, right? The investigator. That's probably the one that's the closest. At least they kept one right? I suppose when you're mixing things up with a number 9, 9 numbers, one of them might stay, 1 or 2 might stay right. They put challenger on number 8. Challenger is actually more like the number 9 because the challenger and the reformer are really the same thing, right? So they're playing with words, they're playing with obfuscation here. And when you start to do this, you're actually creating a false woke narrative. And that false woke narrative also cannot turn. It doesn't have the potential to circulate. And so there's no life in this. You need to be able to rotate this clockwise or anti-clockwise, and it needs to stay the same geometrically in order for it to be an agram, as they call it. So I think like that's just one example of how they have worked out the occult. If you are working out the numerology and the psychology behind the numerology, then the occult is based upon numbers, right? Whether you're studying Taoism, whether you're studying Kabbalah, whether you're studying Vedic occult practices, numbers are like fundamental to occultism. I don't know. What do you guys think? Like,
you know, I'm going to be real with you, Franklin. I'm less interested in the numerical differences and more interested in the different terms that are being used, because the terms that you showed on the woke enneagram create a different narrative. Because with your enneagram, you have stuff like builder, artist, you know, mystic, optimist, worker, activist. These are all very active individual roles. Whereas if you look at the other one, it's like basically enthusiast, loyalist, investigator, peacemaker. Those sound like roles in a cult, or like some kind of like like political ideology where you're just a lemming following that. You're just the blind enthusiast for the party. And think about the term peacemaker, right? You know, the peacemaker in a lot of ways is also a term for a weapon, a gun. And so, and communism and woke is all about the ultimate goal is to create bloodshed, you know, destroy the ruling class, destroy Western civilization out of blood, and erect, you know, a new Marxist utopia out of that. And you see that in a lot of ways, it reflects that kind of thing. Because you think about that, there's the reformer, you're reforming society, you're creating achievements, you're sort of an individualist against society. But but if you notice with these roles, there's not as much of a sense of individuality or individual accomplishment with something like an adventurer or a builder. Those are things that are like, you know, you do on your own. Whereas with this, because I'm thinking about it in terms of woke, and I'm realizing there's actually some connections here, that you realize that these changes in these words and these enneagrams create a different narrative about who we are and who reality. I don't think that you might be right that it's not an accident. I think that there's a kind of they're taking the enneagram and they're trying to use it to point towards a more secular political narrative as opposed to a more mystical one. So really, I'm less interested in the changes in the numerological promises and more interested in how the different phrasings of the terms create a new narrative in regards to one's personality and the relationship to society in general.
absolutely, I agree with you. I think they're connected, though. You wouldn't be able to put those terms on other numbers. Like, there's a reason why they have used those numbers, right? Because when you look at those numbers, right, when you put the reformer onto number 1, it puts reformation as the origin of things. I want you to understand the subtle numbers speak to our unconscious more than what they speak to our conscious. And when they put 2 as the helper, that the 2 is the potential that brings your. So 1 is the origin. That's your ego. That's your fundamental who you are. 2 is the potential and power of your ego. So here they are insinuating that the ego is just the reformer, and the helper, which is your true power and potential, is just for helping whatever system this represents. And that your inspiration is really just based upon achieving, which means when you put achiever with number 3, that means you're looking for credit outside of yourself. That means you're not looking for fulfillment within yourself. It means that your inspiration is based on your achievements. So it's all about work, vocation and work, and gaining what's the term? Validation. That you put the word achiever next to the number 3, what that number speaks, because it speaks a language, it tells you that this is about validation. When you put the individualist next to number 4 represents the end of life in China for a reason. Number 4 represents the builder for a reason, because it represents crystallization. Crystallization represents being fixed. Being fixed represents stagnancy. So when the individualist, when who you base your sense of self upon that, 4 also represents dogmatism. I want you to grasp how powerful putting that word next to the number 4 is. So unconsciously, I'm talking to you about negative quality of dogmatic, and I'm putting individualist next to that, which suggests that becoming dogmatic is who you are. It's a spell. The only one that's correct is number 5, and even investigator is like it's more. But like you say, investigator is like, what do you investigate? Well, investigators investigate crimes. Why not researcher? You know, why not a different term? But I agree with you very much, Cosmic, that the terms themselves, when I came across this Enneagram when did I discover this Enneagram? I think it must have been like about 92, 93. I saw this picture and it actually gave me like heebie-jeebies. I was like, put that aside. I didn't even want to look at it. Years later, I saw this thing's becoming more and more popular. And then I saw books about it and I thought, my gosh, they're using this system. It looks wrong. And in the last 10 years, it's become even much more popular. And I've noticed a lot of people are using it. And I think like Dominator X, you point out, so they are limiting people's personalities through numbers, the same way astrology limits personalities by assigning them to a zodiac sign. It's not quite that simple, right? The numbers are not what's limiting the personalities. The number is a language, right? So numbers are language. Each number has a meaning. And the numbers are related to planets, planetary influences. And astrology doesn't sort of limit you to a personality based upon a zodiac sign. No, astrology is actually a language that explains that where the sun is when you're born, where the moon is when you're born, where Mercury is when you're born, where the Mars is, where Saturn, where Jupiter, where all the planets are, where you're born matters. And those are in correlation to where your first house is when you're born. And based upon where your first house is, where you're born, maps all of these planets into a particular pattern. And whichever particular houses all those planets are in shapes a different aspect of your potential and powers and personalities, weaknesses and strengths as a human. And then when you take into consideration the relationships between different planetary associations in relation to your first house, you start to get trions and squares and sextiles. And so these are giving you inclinations of subtlety of how those planets are being affected by the other planets. So it's an incredibly complex language, astrology, that's explaining to you like a lot about you. It's not just a one word. It's like a 10,000 word. It's like a whole book, a memoir, more than a word, more than one thing. So astrology there's nothing simple, but you're right. They worked out astrology. The woke idea of astrology is I'm a Leo. That's woke astrology. Unwoke astrology is, well, I'm a Leo, but my Leo is in my midheaven. That's so many degrees within Leo related to my ascendant, my Sagittarian, how many degrees that is, which is related to where my Jupiter sits. That my Jupiter is the first planet leading the march through the night, which is the night and the day. And then all the other planets, where's my moon? How does that moon relate to me? Taurus. But what does that say about me? Well, where's my Mars? How's my Mars related to my moon? Where is that conjunction? What degrees are the conjunction in? And then all the other planets. So it becomes quite a complex map that you start to draw. And that map of complexity, you can scale it down to the minerals in your bones, right? If you know how to do the maths. Because these different planetary energies relate to different minerals. And so you'll have a different matrix in your physical body with different gifts and strengths and weaknesses. But you're totally right, that like the numbers and astrology are fundamentally connected. But what they are doing is they're changing the meanings of the numbers. So it's like me taking the word yellow and putting the word red there. So when you talk about the yellow color, you're going to use the word red, and then changing other words with things, and then creating this total confusing language that's very difficult to communicate with. And this is really what they're doing with the numbers. And I think like numbers is just one of the places where we see this happening. It's happening across the board. It's happening with the AI systems that's now thinking for us. So we're actually giving up our ability to think for ourselves. Yeah, crimson, man. I love the color crimson.
It's funny that you mentioned this whole idea of like kind of taking the Enneagram, taking it around and confusing, because if you read a lot of like, the people that started like woke texts, like, your post-structuralist French philosophers, they would use intentionally confusing language that's really kind of all over the place. It's sort of like to kind of scramble up your mind, because the thing about woke is it's all about destruction. Ultimately, it's about if you really want to understand what woke really is, it's about basically destruction of Western civilization, but not just in a literal way with weapons and fire stuff, but also conceptually taking basically our ideas, putting them into a blender, confusing, twisting, disintegrating, melting, putting them in all until it's unrecognizable. And the whole reason you do that is to basically kind of disempower people, because when you can't trust what's around you and when everything is confusing and it destabilizes you essentially, and then it makes you an easier agent for control by the powers that be. So if anything, I could see this Enneagram as a kind of like a Marxist revolutionary play to kind of get into people's heads and try to infect the occult, so that that can take occultists and sort of channel them towards their ideological structure by basically taking what the occult, twisting it so that it actually is compatible with their narrative. Because that's kind of how it works, is it basically, like I said, there's two, when it comes to any kind of oppressive ideology or religion, there's two strategies that they ultimately employ. It's either they destroy their competition or they absorb the competition and make it part of their own, essentially kind of devouring it, digesting it, and making it a part of itself. And that's essentially what woke is really doing with a lot of stuff like the occult and just culture in general. It's just basically consuming it and making it part of itself by kind of like twisting it. And because the way I look at it, if you look at transcendentalism and seeing the world as ultimately based on order, this woke ideology sees everything as basically chaotic. Nothing has meaning. Everything is relative. It's all about power. It's very dark and sinister. But the thing is, on the surface, it seems very benign and friendly, and loving. I mean, looking at this Enneagram, like if you didn't have any kind of like knowledge about the occult or mysticism, you would see that and think, this is totally harmless. But when you realize what it's an obfuscation from, you start to realize like, wait a minute, there's something else going on here. So I could definitely see like some, maybe this Enneagram is some kind of like weird, because that's what the thing that the woke was all about. Like if you look back and like, the either the communists or the fascists, is that they would try to inject certain things into culture so that the mainstream people would sort of follow along with that. They basically would rewrite the narratives and sort of mess with the truth so that people would go along with that and they would believe that it's real. But because I think that's part of what the woke project is really about, is to create so much confusion and so much obfuscation that you no longer trust your own senses. You no longer trust your own intuition, making you dependent upon other people to guide you and tell you how to think and feel.
I think that's really well put, brother. And you said so much there. I love when you speak about the two different ways, either absorbing or destroying. Indy, brother, I can see your lips moving under your thoughts.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys have had this experience, but I know a lot of the images that have come from AI have been very misleading, and it's pretty frustrating. I think anybody that's been using AI to articulate their thoughts on a post in social media, using AI with an image of something that doesn't even closely resemble what they're speaking about, I've just decide to block them out and just like walk away from seeing this information, because it's at first, I started to show people what the actual image looks like, and that was very helpful for a lot of folks. But I could see where this is going to be a big problem for people that are just learning about something new. They're going to have misassociations with how something looks. And when they talk to somebody else about what they've learned, they're going to maybe try to argue in favor of what they had learned about being misinformed. And so it's going to create a lot of arguments and disagreements and unnecessary conflict, I think, with people's struggle to maintain associations with correct information and understand the truth and share the truth with one another, the meaningful information. It's kind of making things become nihilistic, like things really lose their meaning when they're misrepresented and misassociated, and then people really can't even figure out what the original meaningful, truthful actual information really was. And it's hard for them to discern between how it's been mangled up and put in a blender and where it came from and what it really started as. So I feel like there's a big issue with that, especially it's showing up for me in what I've seen with the images that show up, whether it's in these AI YouTube videos or just like little AI pictures that people make to share with a meme. But it's been pretty disruptful to me. I think it could really take away the power of information. We're in the golden age of information right now, and the ability to share pictures of information is worth 1,000 words. It shows a lot more than people even notice. And there's so much more you can find in an image than people even look for. But when they have like misinforming images like this, I get pretty irate about it. I really don't like the flexibility AI seems to take on like showing what something kind of looks like. Kind of really bothers me, but I feel like it's part of the whole system is the plan to kind of like bifurcate people and compartmentalize different waves of information. People are on different levels. And I think that it's pretty easy to kind of separate people from being able to think together by doing stuff like this. I was recently told that the women's liberation movement was done for two reasons: to tax the other half of the population and to indoctrinate all of the children instead of having them be homeschooled by an at-home parent. So I think they've pretty much achieved this, and it seems like they right now, like we're in the end game of their agendas to really get people into a place where they can control their minds and they can start to take away their creative aspect, put them into a place where they're just becoming just drones. And what kind of drones, I don't really know. It seems like to me like there's a lot of favoritism in people that are genderly disabled or whatever they're being right now. In the workplace, they seem to be able to take over entire workplaces and facilities, and they're being favored. And when there's conflict, they seem to win because they're politically correct with these human rights conflict issues that they've been having, where I feel like, it's been a hard time for those folks because there was a lot of aggression against them and violence against them for a long time. And so it kind of almost makes sense that they had like a time of their time where they're being liberated and stuff and not being seen as a lesser than. But I really don't feel like they've gone about it in a good way, and it's created like a back wave of alter conflict where it's just another version of the same thing that used to be. And so like good people are being put into bad places because they're not online with the new politically correct ways, and it's just kind of getting to be a bit hard to deal with the ways that they're pushing the collective to be able to be in a place of sensible mind, body, and soul. You know, they want to pervert us into these weird, you know, half robotic or altered gender or some kind of like dissociative thing where they're trying to get people onto the scale of, are you on the Asperger's and autism scale? And then if you are, they're going to try to administer some like necessary like restrictions of those people or something, apparently, potentially. So they're trying to do all these ridiculous things, and it's all connected to the AI, which has kind of just become, to me, the end result of the struggling from the workings of John Dee and Edward Kelly to try to make dealings with these angels to get the silicon to be able to use information storage to gain power over the collective and enslave them. And so I feel like we all have really become very seduced by it all, because it's very kind of entertaining to just sit back and let things all happen as they do in the ways that they've made it seem to be like a way where we can just sit back and relax. But they kind of make it so that we're poisoning our food weapon system. We get back from overworking ourselves and we're too tired to do other things that we're passionate about in our own lives. And so we sit down and we get indoctrinated by the screen of these devices, and we get stuck and hypnotized by that hypnotist in the living room into feeling a certain way or thinking certain ways. And it takes away our opportunity to be able to do certain things, like be able to take action, go out and start preserving your foods that you grew, or grow some foods, or make some art, or turn something into art that had broken. You know, fun things that people used to do when they were bored gave them more abilities to take things into their own hands and create something and do things with their life and move things and make things happen. Whereas sitting around and becoming a consumer and observing all this information is great, and it can be helpful for people that are really striving to learn and understand. But being able to take steps towards using that understanding is also very important, especially in our day and age where we've kind of been stuck on the couch, stuck in this void of misinformation that's been pushed on us. And it's good to start to question these things and to start to take on new perspective. But I think it's even better to balance it all out and try to get back into a little bit into nature, get back a little bit into community, and don't let this stuff isolate you, because I know it's isolated me a lot.
That was very well said, brother. And I think it comes from the heart, and it speaks to the heart, through the heart, about the heart. Beautifully, as always, and poetically expressed. And while you were talking about that, you know, you're talking about the spectrum.
Yeah.
This is a big thing, man.
Mm-hmm.
At the moment, it's very cool to be on the spectrum, right?
Right. Trying to drop.
It's really cool. It's like it's oh, you're on the spectrum. That's so cool. And there's so much. Do you remember how cool it was to get a sex change a little while ago?
Yeah.
The money was provided. Funding was there, right?
Yep.
The drugs were on tap.
God.
What was one of the first things that Musk and Trump started doing? Pulling that funding.
Good.
From the budget. So what about all those people that had sex changes?
That's not the right time to do it. They should have finished that out better.
So, like, where are they going to get their drugs from now when the money runs out to give them free drugs?
It's almost like they were in on it all to work it out like they did.
Like, so I know a cashier at the local supermarket in Fishhook who had a change, and I spoke to her frequently. A number of times, because whenever I've been there, I stop and the first time I was talking to her about like this, and like she was like, "Yeah, I've had a sex change," because I had a feeling she had, wasn't sure. Anyway, spoke openly. We had a conversation about it, an open conversation, and like me, I'm like, I respect people's choices, you know. I respect people's freedom to do what they want in their body. Who the hell am I to tell them what to do? And what she said to me was that the money was, her operation was paid for, right? There are these grants, and that her medication comes for free. And I said to her, well, what would happen if your medication's not free. Now, I wonder how long it's going to be until she has to pay for her medication. And she's a cashier in a supermarket. She's not going to be able to afford that. The hormonal treatment. Or if she does, it's going to take like most of her salary or a big chunk of her salary. Like, how is she going to live properly? You know? She'll have to like get a room in her house and share it with a whole lot of people. And maybe, you know, like just to get by. The way I see it is like, you know, I think like you say, I've often said as much and thought that all of this getting people labeled as being this and that is so that at a later stage they can treat them differently, right? At the moment they're being celebrated and they're like the facility is there, the same as like get a sex change, like we'll look after you, we'll pay for the operation, we'll give you the free drugs. And then like later stage, it's like, actually, no, we don't have the money anymore. Sorry. But that way you can buy the drugs from them. How much is the drugs? Oh, they're not cheap. We're talking hormonal replacement. That stuff's expensive to make, you know, and considering that like 90% of what you pay has got to be the profit for that corporation that made it, it's going to be expensive. So this is what happens, you know. Love is the drug, Neil. If only everybody was addicted to the right drug. Love. You've got to be careful what you say. Drugs are bad. Don't use drugs. Which is true, especially not pharmaceuticals. You know, especially not pharmaceuticals. Don't use them unless you have to. And if you have to, then use them with care and be careful. But yeah, you know, I think well, our tuition, you say that sex change surgery and hormone therapy is a luxury. The thing is that the people that have had this surgery are not rich people. They didn't think this through. It's people that are working on the minimum wage. They can barely support, they're able to support themselves. Okay, just about, right? But they don't have the money for all of these therapies. Like they were targeted. They were the victims. The educated people were not the ones who were victim to this. It's the people on the lower bread market. You know, like I say, the lady I'm talking about specifically, she's a cashier in a shop. They don't earn a lot of money. Like they maybe just over the minimum wage. That's about it. And you know, with the cost of living going up, it's sad, you know. And not that, like, you know, she realized this. And I asked her these questions, and I saw her eyes get big because I said to her, "What would happen if the money for the drug stopped?" And she'd never really thought about it. She'd never considered it, but it's too late now. She's done the operation, and if those drugs stop, effectively their life stops, right? Because the depression and the psychological backlash of not being on those hormonal treatment drugs would be such a life-threatening psychological breakdown that they wouldn't be psychologically safe. They would end up being institutionalized at best, right? Probably. Because, like, you know, the hormonal systems govern your emotions. So if you don't have the right hormones in your system, you got a problem. So they've removed their body's natural ability to generate and regulate their hormones. So they now need to keep putting it into their systems or else. And I think that here's the thing. I think that will be an implant. What do you guys think? I reckon that very soon they're going to make an implant, like a little chip that generates the stuff in your body. Right? Like a cybernetic implant. So you don't need to take the pills anymore. It's okay, well, you can't afford the pills, but what we will give you is a free implant. A cybernetic jack. Chink. There you go. Now your body is cybernetically able to manufacture what it needs out of your other hormones. Put in a cybernetic implant that takes this hormone and that hormone and combines them to make a different hormone that you can use for what you need. Think about it. It's possible. They've got neuro implants. I'm pretty sure they must be able to do that. So, you know, that I think is going to be how they're going to get people to go like full, full cyberpunk. Cyberpunk 2077. Hello, Kind Davies. How are you doing? Namaste to all you guys. Our tuition. I hope you guys are thriving, man. Yeah, it's very scary, man. This stuff fills my heart with no joy. And I think it starts with the obfuscation of number first. Then it's the obfuscation of language. Then it's all these other layers. And AI is right up there with the obfuscation of knowledge and facts and information. And here's an interesting thing, epigenetics. So how's the epigenetics going to work with this, right? If you've got brains and you don't use them, what happens to your brains? They go entropy. They basically wither away, right? So with AI, people aren't really thinking for themselves. They're not researching. They're not discovering information for themselves. They're just relying upon an AI to do all of their research for them. That part of us that used to be like active in the process of researching and learning is going to become entropied. And so our brain mass will decrease the more we rely on AI. It's something that I'm scared of. It's one of the reasons why I try not to use AI more than the absolute minimum. Google is like the absolute minimum as far as I'm concerned. These days, you need Google. Like the way the world is structured, like you want to buy something, Google. You want to know what to pay for something, this is how you find out what's available. But even this is being like overpowered by these AI systems. And so, there is no avoiding the use of AI, but how extensively do you use it? It's sort of like you can't avoid eating salt, right? But do you pour like a triple dose of salt onto everything that you eat? And at which point does it become unhealthy, like extremely unhealthy? Anyway, it's been fun. Are there any last ideas, last things that you think that we need to put on the table, dear Indy?
I don't know. It's such an expansive discussion. We could go into a lot of different stuff, but I think we covered a lot of the things I was trying to get down to. Yeah, I was just gonna mention that in ancient paganism, it's thought that there was no ill will towards others, and so this modern obfuscation of these cults, of pagan cults, is very different from the practices of the ancient mystics and the peoples of the pagan ways, in which they would have reverence for nature and one another and the animals of nature as well. So I like to just acknowledge that the human sacrifice and torture is just something that's a new obfuscation in the occult practices, but it was done for a long time in ancient times, but I feel like it was possibly under a different climate, a different emotional meaning.
There's a good question on the table. What do you think? How would you answer this question, dear Indy?
What's the question here? Why are we here? Yeah, I think we're here.
Easy one.
To find balance. I think we're out of balance, and we're here to find more balance right now at this point where we're at. We have great potential to balance things out because we have a strong influence on things around us. But in the same way, we can cause great imbalance. I feel like we're really trying to find our niche, and we've been struggling to find that for hundreds of thousands of years, potentially, as a species. But we're really not there yet. We're trying to still create this synthetic alter world that's separate from nature. But I think eventually we're going to learn to come back to Mother Nature. But I think until then, we need to get better balanced with our synthetic world and the world around us.
Yeah, I find that a very difficult question to nail down with a single answer as well. I mean, I think balance is the key to moving forward towards success. And the why are we here? Well, I mean, to me, if I think about it, like, okay, I don't want to get into how we got here, right? Because when I drowned when I was little, and I was 3 years old, so I had no ideas about religion or anything. I remembered as soon as I got out of the matrix and I was like going into the other side and remembering like where I come from, I was like, holy crap. I remember this very weird thought. How did they get me to go in there? How did they trick me? I was actually a little bit angry with myself for being tricked into being tricked into this place. So first thing. So that memory has stuck with me for the last, a bit less than 5 decades. And so why are we here? I think we are here to recognize that we are all part of one tribal family, that we are all part of one entity, that we are cells of tissue, that we are one great being, and that this one great being is operating through all of us. And the realization that we are all one being can free us from this prison mindset that we've trapped ourselves in, or allow ourselves to be trapped into. I mean, we're a big part of the reason we're trapped. Let's not pretend that's not the case. We need to take responsibility. But that would, I think, be my best shot at trying to define that, is to recognize that we're all one, to realize that being one represents being in an altered state, and that altered state is obviously love. I mean, the recognition that we're all one, it's that profound force. So to me, that seems to be, the meaning behind all of this. But just as to how we got here and why we're here, I don't have the answers. But I suppose that's like balance in a way, if you think about it, because it's the balance between the inner and the outer. If we think about it, right? Like there's you and there's me, there's him and there's her, and there's us and there's them. What is the balance between you, me, us, him, them? Like it's somewhere in the middle between you and me and him and her and us and them. And in the middle between all of it, there's still the same thing, right? Like somewhere in there. Omnipresence, Vincent. You gotta love Vincent. He's like omnipresence. I suppose that's what omnipresence is, isn't it? Omnipresence is when we are like in every. And I love what you said about the animals, by the way. The way that okay, so if you've got a stray dog in Europe, I don't know if it's still like that. Maybe you people in Europe can tell me if that's still the case. But it was that way like 10 years ago. If you've got a stray dog in Europe and your dog leaves your home and gets lost, do you know that it's classified as livestock?
Really?
That's the law in Europe. Like, how hectic is that? Do you understand what rights livestock have? Let's think about what rights livestock have in Europe. You know what foie gras is?
Oh, boy.
They take a duck,
Wow.
they strap it into a machine that force feeds them
Oh,
until their organs burst. And then those popping, swollen organs are turned into a la carte condiment that's really sought after. And that creature suffers in excruciating. That is like the worst kind of torture that you could ever invent. That's what rights livestock have in Europe. And these little beings are part of us. By the way, Neil, you know, it's not just about humans. I think it's about animals too. Like right down to the little things, the little tiny little microbes, and the ants, and and the big things, the planet. I mean, the planet's a living being, and not just the planet. Like everything else is also a living being. So we're part of something so much bigger, and we're locked into these little 3D little engines, stuck in these little, like, this is who I am, this is what I've got, you're separate to me, like money, running through our lives like this, right? And when there's these bigger issues running, like, for example, you know, Bitcoin. Everybody thinks Bitcoin's going to save the world. Yeah? Bitcoin uses more electricity than every single public space in the world being lit up. We're talking about every single road, or every street light in the world, and all city, town, and village lighting for public areas. All of that lighting. When you're in space at night and you can see all the lights, right? All of that energy. Well, if you're in space, I don't know if you can see the lights from space, but if you're in a high altitude and you can see the lights, all of that energy is basically, Bitcoin uses more energy than that, right? That's how much electricity we waste with Bitcoin. And now we've got supercomputers, AI, that will be wasting even more energy than that. And just to realize that, imagine all that energy that we waste with AI and Bitcoin. Imagine we turn that energy into indoor farms. Do you know how much food we could be growing for hungry people, that there would be no hunger in the world? So the more energy we waste, the more hunger there will be in the world, the more suffering. So this is why we got to choose. Yeah. Bitcoin might be an easy way to make a few bucks, but what does that mean for your grandchildren? Right? Where does that take you? Like, where's your heart in all of this? We got to step out of this paradigm that they've created for us. Everybody keeps talking about how, oh, you got to protect yourself and you got to protect your finances. You got to diversify your financial footprint and Bitcoin and this and that. I get it. But what's more important than that? And so, yeah, it's about the people we meet along the way. I think that's the last thing I can say. What are your last famous words here, dear Indy?
I think that was well said. Everything you just said, I agree concordingly. And I think it's been a great discussion today. I feel like we all could use a little bit more gratitude in our lives. And if that's where you're at, blessed be. And thank you, everybody in the chat, all the viewers today, everybody that came in to join the round table. And special thanks to Franklin.
Special thanks to you and to Cosmic and to Zerilat and to General Shinobi and to all of you guys in the chat. You guys have been bringing lots of beautiful information, ideas, blessings, and big love to all of you. Keep the smile alive. Keep the dream alive. Let's go back to our roots. Let's leave AI and Bitcoin behind and get back down to the organic life, because we're organic and there ain't nothing wrong with being organic, man. In fact, we should eat organic.
Yeah.
Big love to all of you. Blessed be. Om Shanti. It's been great. Thank you, guys.
Blessed be.
Blessed be. Om Shanti.
Om Shanti.
Namo Shivaya. Har Har Mahadeva. Jai Gurudeva Lakabam Shankar.